Hey guys, tonight we're diving into a time so drenched in death and disease that if you took a wrong breath, you were probably already halfway to the afterlife. Welcome to the medieval world where the average sneeze could be a death sentence, and no one knew what a virus even was. There's going to be a lot of pus, superstition, and creative misunderstandings of how the human body works. Spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this, but you might just come out of it appreciating your multivitamins and indoor plumbing a little more. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your city and the time you're watching in the comments. I love seeing where you guys are tuning in from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're standing in a cobbled village square somewhere in 14th century Europe. It smells like a mix of wet hay, wood smoke, and people who think bathing once a year is a flex. Chickens cluck around your feet. A mangy dog scratches itself near a muddy well. The bell of the church tolls slowly, not for mass, but because someone died again. That's the third today. You're used to it now. No one says plague yet. It's still just the sickness. Maybe a punishment from God, maybe something in the air. Your neighbour swears it came in with a merchant caravan, those foreigners with their velvet cloth and odd spices. Another swears the town's well is cursed. Everyone agrees on one thing, it's bad, and getting worse. You watch as a gaunt priest blesses the body of a dead baker, his corpse wrapped in a thin linen sheet and dumped unceremoniously onto a cart already heaped with the day's earlier losses. Flies buzz thickly. The priest doesn't linger. He doesn't want to touch anyone or anything more than he has to. Not that it helps, he'll be coughing by the week's end. At night, it's worse. The village goes quiet except for coughing, crying, and the clatter of wheels as the death cart makes its rounds. You pull your wool blanket tighter and pretend you don't hear the moans from the neighbour's hut. She was fine yesterday, now she's not even conscious. You're only starting to understand what's happening, but here's the bigger picture. In a matter of a few years, this disease, what future historians will call the Black Death, will kill somewhere between 75 to 200 million people worldwide. Europe alone will lose about half its population. That's not a typo. Half. Imagine waking up one week and half your street is just gone. The scariest part? No one knows why it's happening. There's no germ theory yet. No understanding of bacteria or viruses. People blame the stars, or Jews, or cats. Some people go into a religious frenzy, whipping themselves in public. Others throw massive parties and drink like it's the end of the world, because it kind of is. But here's a quirky twist. This isn't even the first time Europe has been hit by apocalyptic disease. Back in the 6th century, the plague of Justinian swept through the Byzantine Empire, killing possibly 50 million. That was bubonic plague too. Yep, same microbe. Just took a long nap before coming back meaner than ever. Think of it like the world's deadliest reboot. Back in your village, the panic has a texture to it. You can feel it in the air. The baker's widow is burning rosemary outside her door. She says it cleans the miasma, the bad air. The apothecary is selling vinegar-soaked cloth to tie around your face. Someone else is hammering shut their front door from the inside. You're not sure if they're hoping to lock disease out or accept death in private. It's not just the sick who are dying now, it's the epidemic. The blacksmith hasn't worked in days. No one's ordering shoes or swords or farming tools. The fields are half-harvested. Who wants to go outside when death might be in the wind? And the gravediggers. They've either died or run away. Here's a bitter irony for you. Medieval people actually had some disease-fighting instincts that weren't total nonsense. Quarantine? Invented by the Venetians in the 14th century. They called it 40 giorni, 40 days, because they made incoming ships wait offshore that long before docking. Smart, right? They didn't know why it worked, but it sometimes did. Still, for every semi-logical practice, there's another that's pure theatre. Like carrying pomanders, little balls of perfume you sniff to protect yourself. Or the idea that sins cause disease, so you should flog yourself in a public square until God forgives you. Spoiler, he doesn't. A quiet, scholarly debate simmers even now, centuries later. How exactly did the Black Death spread so fast and kill so efficiently? Sure, we know about fleas and rats and Yersinia pestis, the bacterium behind it all. But modern scholars debate how much of it was really bubonic, carried by fleas, versus pneumonic, airborne, or septicemic, straight into your blood, no stops. Some argue it might have been multiple diseases at once, or that conditions like climate shifts and poor nutrition made the population ripe for collapse. Back in your village, none of that matters. Not really. You don't know the bacterium's name, you just know that people go from perfectly fine to the blackened corpses in days. You've seen your friend's fingers turn purple and die. You've seen your cousin's lymph nodes swell until they look like overripe fruit. And you know one thing with aching certainty, it's coming for you too. The priest doesn't say it out loud, but you hear it in his voice when he mutters blessings now. He's stopped pretending this is temporary. There's a tightness around his eyes like he's already accepted the worst. The graveyard is full. Again. They're digging longer trenches now. One pit for an entire family. Your feet crunch dry leaves as you walk past the newest mound. You try not to look at the shallow dirt piled loosely over the bodies. The smell is already leaking through. Tonight you'll dream of bells and coughing, of doors slamming shut, of faces in windows pale and hopeless. And the real nightmare? You haven't even started coughing yet. It begins with a bite, a tiny nip from a flea you barely notice, something that seems as harmless as brushing your sleeve against a thorn. But this bite carries with it a deadly passenger, a single microscopic killer named Yersinia pestis. You don't know this yet, of course. No one in your village does. But this is the moment everything changes. It's been a few weeks since the first body was pulled from that straw mattress on the edge of town. Now the sickness has spread like spilled wine over linen, soaking into every corner, every crevice. The first wave of whispers has hardened into grim acceptance of the plague is here. You hear the word now. Plague. It sounds like a curse when it leaves someone's lips, spat out as if speaking it too loudly might summon it closer. The animals know something is wrong. Dogs skulk beneath carts, ribs showing. Cats disappear entirely. Even the rats are quieter than usual, which should be a good thing, except now you understand that they've done their work. They were the couriers of doom, scampering through ships in Italian ports, stowing away in the grain of merchant caravans, sneaking through walls with their flea-ridden fur. They arrived first. Then came the dying. People start to chart how quickly it happens. One day you feel fine, maybe a little tired. The next day your groin aches like you've been kicked by a mule. A boil begins to swell, hot, red, angry. That's your lymph node turning into a bubo. A word you didn't know before but now can't forget. By day 3, your body is a battlefield. Fever rages, vomiting, delirium. Your fingers and toes blacken from within. And then, either you die or you wish you had. The town apothecary, who insists he trained under a monk who once saw a real doctor, is in high demand. His hut smells like a failed garden, herbs, wine, garlic, like something that might be vinegar. He mixes pastes and syrups and oils with shaky hands, offering hope in little wooden bowls. You drink them anyway, knowing they won't help. You'd try anything. People say rosewater can help, some say strong wine, others rub cut onions on the buboes. Desperate doesn't begin to cover it. In the wealthier houses, things aren't much better. Rich families try to quarantine themselves, locking gates, posting guards, refusing visitors, but money can't outbribe a flea. Sometimes it seems like the richer you are, the more people you come into contact with, and the more ways death can sneak in. A nobleman's son succumbs just as quickly as a stable hand. Rank is no shield here, only isolation buys time. Church bells toll every hour now, but they're quieter somehow, like even the bells are exhausted. The graveyard has overflowed. There are rumours of bodies being dumped in rivers, in abandoned wells, in the old quarry outside of town. The local priest, once filled with fire and righteousness, now limps through last rites half-muttered, his hands shaking with what might be guilt or fear. He's buried more people in 2 weeks than in the previous 5 years. He's stopped asking their names. As the death toll rises, so does the madness. People start accusing one another. The town drunk swears he saw the old widow down the lane speaking to a crow, clearly a witch. A boy with a cough is chased with stones. A healer who gave the wrong potion is found hanged in her own home. The sickness breeds not just death, but suspicion, anger, rage. It's like the air itself is poisoned, not just with plague, but with fear. And it spreads, oh how it spreads. What began in one village soon swallows others. Riders come with stories of whole towns emptied, of roads lined with the dead, of cities, great cities, where the silence is thicker than fog. No one opens their gates anymore. Even trade, the lifeblood of the medieval world, begins to sputter. Merchants are turned away, ships left abandoned in harbours. A once bustling continent grinds to a crawl under the weight of so much loss. Here's a twisted historical gem. It's not just the living who fear the dead. Some towns outlaw the ringing of bells, funerals, or even mourning clothes. They believe sadness itself can call the plague nearer. So people start pretending, smiling, laughing, pretending nothing is wrong as they step over corpses in the street. Theatre as survival. The irony bites deeper than any flea. In France, doctors start scribbling observations. Some even realise that touching the sick might be part of the problem. But others say the cause is planetary alignment, or bad smells, or Jews poisoning the wells. Yes, pogroms rise with the plague. Entire Jewish communities are wiped out not by disease but by fear-fueled mobs. Because if you don't understand the science, you'll invent an enemy. That's the medieval way. Now here's something scholars still argue about. Oh, was it really only bubonic plague? You see, bubonic form typically requires flea bites and doesn't spread easily from person to person. But some descriptions sound eerily like pneumonic plague, which spreads through the air and kills even faster. And then there's septicemic plague, which skips the buboes entirely and goes straight for your bloodstream like a knife in the dark. Some experts today think the medieval Black Death might have been a perfect storm, a mutated hybrid or several illnesses riding together like ghostly horsemen. Others propose it wasn't plague at all, but a viral hemorrhagic fever. The debate lingers, as does the dread. Back in your village, the baker's cart now stands empty. The widow died last week, her home is boarded up, no one knows who did it. A silence has taken root here, not the peaceful kind, but the hollow, anxious quiet of waiting for a knock at your own door. Even the dogs howl less. You wake up sweating at night, sure you've got the fever. Every tickle in your throat feels like the beginning of the end. You scratch at your skin in the dark, hunting for the first bubo. You avoid your friends, you stop sharing food. You light candles not for prayer, but for the soft warmth that makes you feel less alone. But the darkness remains thick and close, like breath on your neck. Some families pack up and flee. You hear that whole convoy of nobles left town last night, heading for their country estate. Good luck, you think. The rats are already there. And yet you live, for now. Maybe you've got a stronger constitution. Maybe your flea was lazy. Maybe luck is just on your side. But you can't help noticing how many people don't live. Each morning you count the losses in your head. You can't remember all their names anymore. Just the sounds of them, the way they laughed. The way they stood by the market, waiting for bread that never came. This isn't a sickness anymore. It's a season, a way of life, a new kind of winter with no end in sight. By now, you've seen more corpses than you can count. They appear in doorways, slumped over hearths, curled in bed like children sleeping, except they don't wake. The air carries a certain weight, a heaviness that isn't just grief. It's rot, it's decay, it's the unmistakable stench of a town unravelling. But it's the ones who haven't died yet that unsettle you the most. Take Matilda, the seamstress. A week ago she was sewing woolen cloaks by candlelight, humming that same little song she always hums. Now she sits by her window clutching a rag to her chest. Her eyes are sunken. She hasn't moved in 2 days. Her skin has taken on a purplish hue, especially around the neck and underarms. You don't knock, you don't go near, you just stand outside for a moment and then walk on faster. Or Thomas the Cooper, the one who made barrels for the abbey. He collapsed in the middle of the square this morning. People watched him shake on the ground, eyes wide open, mouth foaming. No one moved to help. They just stood there holding their breath like that might stop the sickness from reaching them. One brave, or maybe just doomed man, pulled him aside with a long stick and left him in the shade. When you passed by again, the flies had already started. The symptoms are growing weirder now. You've heard talk of people bleeding from their ears, from their eyes. Buboes aren't just swelling, they're splitting open, leaking black pus that smells like rancid meat. Some victims cry out for hours, others go silent from the first fever and never speak again. It's chaos wrapped in flesh. Still, some people cling to hope. The herbalist outside the walls has started handing out little bundles of sage and yarrow. Boil it in wine, she tells you, pressing one into your hand, and breathe the steam. It'll draw out the poisons. You do it that night, even though it makes your hut smell like burnt salad. You sit with the pot steaming and try to believe. There's talk too of transference remedies. A man in the next village swears that placing a live chicken against a bubo can draw the sickness out. You hear that and laugh until your neighbour tries it. It doesn't work, but the screaming chicken makes the whole thing extra horrific. A different rumour says pigeon droppings rubbed onto open wounds might cure you. No one volunteers to test it. Yet. You've also heard that some towns are using human urine to wash the sores. Someone explains it has cleansing properties. Another claims it comes from a long-lost Roman method. Mostly it smells like a very poor idea, but none of this even scratches the surface of the panic that's setting in. The town healer has begun cutting open buboes with a knife dipped in oil and wine. Let the bad blood out, she says. And for a moment you want to believe that works, because sometimes, rarely, someone survives. The villagers call it a miracle. You call it dumb luck. Let's pause for one grotesque medieval fact. In some places, desperate patients were encouraged to drink potions made of crushed emeralds or powdered mummy. Yes, actual mummified human remains, imported from Egypt, ground into a fine dust and stirred into wine. Expensive, rare and utterly useless. But the rich were willing to try anything, even if it meant sipping on some unlucky pharaoh's kneecap. You can't tell if it's the disease or the cures that are worse anymore. There's a subtle shift happening though, not just in bodies but in minds. People are starting to lose their grip. You hear them muttering to themselves, pacing at night, refusing to sleep. A girl near the mill has taken to standing naked in the river, chanting something in Latin she never learned. Her father tried to pull her out once, she bit him. Even the church is faltering. Priests are dying too or abandoning their flocks entirely. The bishop hasn't been seen in weeks. You heard he boarded himself inside the rectory and only speaks through a shutter in the door. The confessional is empty, the holy water fonts are dry. That's what really shakes you. For all the prayers, for all the incense, for all the promises about heaven and sin and salvation, death doesn't seem to care. Good people are dying. Children, nuns, babies who've never said a word in their lives. If this is a punishment from God, he's being very thorough. But even faith has its strange defenders. In some villages, people begin performing to mass penance. They whip themselves in public, long processions of bloody backs and sobbing eyes. These are the flagellants, religious zealots who believe the plague is God's wrath made visible, and only self-torture will appease him. They march barefoot from town to town, singing hymns, chanting Latin verses, and flogging their own flesh with knotted cords tipped in iron. You watch one procession pass through your town, trailing blood and chanting like ghosts. It's horrifying. And, okay, a little impressive. Still, their presence often makes things worse. Some claim they spread the plague with every stop. Others say they attract divine attention, the wrong kind. You stay inside when they come. Now here's a fascinating historical debate that still lingers today. Were the flagellants genuinely trying to help, or were they destabilising already fragile societies? Some scholars say they offered hope, a way to act when everything else felt helpless. Others argue they fed hysteria, turned people against their neighbours, and undermined local churches. What's certain is that their presence was as dramatic and divisive as the disease itself. By the time the sun sets each night, your world has shrunk. You don't think about next week anymore. You don't plan, you don't hope. You just stay alive, one day at a time. You sleep with a dagger by your bed, not to fight thieves, but because if you start coughing, if you feel the fever rising, you don't want to die like the others. Screaming, melting from the inside out. There's an odd sort of comfort in knowing you have a choice, even if you pray you never have to make it. Somewhere out in the forest you hear wolves. Closer now. They used to stay away from human settlements, but they're smarter than people think. They smell death, and they follow it. You stay awake listening to them howl and wonder who will be next. You see them before you hear them, the tall black figures moving slowly up the road, long coats flapping like shadows in the breeze. At first they look like some kind of birdmen, massive beaks jutting out where their mouths should be, wide-brimmed hats perched above empty glass eyes. They carry long sticks, poking the ground before them as they walk. You freeze in place. Everyone does. No one speaks. The plague doctors have arrived. You didn't know they were coming. No one sent for them, at least not that you heard. But they appear anyway, like crows sensing carrion. Their very presence a sign that things have gone from bad to biblical. One of them stops near the village square and lifts his arm, slowly, deliberately. He points the stick at a cottage, the one where old Goethe lives. No one's seen her in 2 days. The message is clear. Don't go in, children cry, grown men avert their eyes. One woman crosses herself 3 times and whispers a prayer beneath her breath. The plague doctors do not respond. They never speak to you directly. They glide through the town like omens, examining the dying, scribbling notes, prodding wounds with the end of their canes. Then they disappear, cloaked in silence, leaving behind only fear. Their outfits are a spectacle in themselves. You've never seen anything like it. The long leather coats, waxed and shiny, meant to repel the air, they believe carries death. Gloves, boots, even their masks, all sealed tight. And those beaked masks? Grotesque. Comical if they weren't so terrifying. Stuffed inside the beaks are herbs, flowers, even vinegar-soaked sponges, anything to block out the miasma, that thick, poisonous stench believed to cause the plague. It's an idea that seems to make sense to people. If the air smells foul, it must be full of death. So naturally, the best solution is to breathe in sweet things instead. Roses, lavender, mint, cinnamon. It's the scent of survival, or at least an attempt at it. You catch a whiff when one walks past you. The fragrance is oddly pleasant, masking the rot all around. But it doesn't erase the deeper truth. You've seen the doctors arrive, but you've never seen them heal anyone, not once. There's a popular belief that these physicians are professionals, educated men sent from universities. Maybe some of them are, but most are something closer to opportunists. A few know how to read. Fewer still understand anything about illness. Mostly they write down symptoms, stay far away, and collect their pay from terrified town councils. Some are even criminals granted temporary pardons in exchange for entering plague zones. Imagine that! Your doctor might have been in jail last month. Still, they perform certain rituals that people cling to. They offer poultices made of crushed rose petals and lard. They bleed patients, draining bad humours into buckets. They recommend applying leeches behind the ears or under the armpits. Some insist on bathing in human urine once a day to disinfect the skin. No one's sure why. You try not to ask too many questions. Your neighbour, desperate for answers, corners one of the plague doctors outside his barn. Oh. He falls to his knees, begging. His daughter's sick. He'll pay anything. The doctor nods once, says nothing, and follows the man into his home. An hour later, he comes out alone. Doesn't even close the door behind him. People start to talk. Whispers of dark rituals, of doctors who speed death instead of slowing it. The glass eyes of those bird moths seem to watch you even when they're gone. Still, they become part of the scenery. Just another strange feature in a landscape of horror. Like the carts full of bodies, or the funerals with no priests, or the fires burning outside town limits, where the worst homes are reduced to ash before they can infect others. It's easy to forget that medicine hasn't always been this way. A few generations earlier, healers actually had more variety in their approaches. But the arrival of the Black Death changed everything. Urgency stripped away experimentation. What remained was a blunt cycle of bleeding, burning and praying. Here's a quirky footnote. In some regions, placed doctors were required to carry a certificate of employment, a signed letter proving they had been hired by the city and weren't just pretending. Why? Because apparently impersonating a plague doctor was a thing. Some used the disguise to loot abandoned homes. Others did it for the fear it inspired. Imagine dressing as a human omen, just for kicks. There's something both comical and tragic about the whole profession. On one hand, the outfit is brilliantly designed, layered protection before anyone knew what germ theory was. On the other, most of what they do is ineffective or actively harmful. They are icons of contradiction. Healers who don't heal, protectors who can't protect. A quiet academic debate lingers in the corners of history books. Did plague doctors actually do more harm than good? Some argue their presence brought structure, that they documented symptoms and spread basic hygienic practices. Others claim their involvement spread false confidence, encouraging towns to act recklessly, or led to mistreatments that hastened death. Like much of history, the answer isn't clean, but to you none of that matters. They're here, and that means things are worse than ever. One day you find yourself near the edge of town foraging in the woods for mushrooms. It's the only way to get food now. Markets are closed. Fields have been abandoned. As you crouch near a mossy tree root, you hear the creak of a cart behind you. You turn slowly. It's a plague doctor, alone, walking toward the village boundary. His leather boots crush leaves beneath them. You wonder if he's leaving or if he's simply wandering. Maybe he doesn't even know anymore. You watch him pass, that long mask, sweeping left and right like a slow pendulum. You meet his eyes, well, the round glass eyes of his mask, and feel something shiver in your chest. There's no recognition, no humanity, just motion, duty, maybe even guilt. Then he's gone, swallowed away by fog. Later that night you dream about them, hundreds of bird-masked figures walking in silence through burning villages, their canes tapping like clock hands on cobblestone. You wake with the taste of roses and ash in your mouth and no idea whether it's morning or not. Somehow it doesn't matter. Time doesn't move the same way anymore. Only death does. And the doctors, they're still watching. It starts with a chant, low and slow, echoing off stone walls in the early morning light. You hear it from your bed, rhythmic thudding like distant drums. You pull aside the curtain covering your tiny window, squinting through the haze that always seems to cling to the air now. There they are again, the flagellants. They have returned. You saw them once before, a few weeks ago, but this time they're louder, larger in number, and far more intense. Dozens of men, barefoot and bleeding, march in a procession through the village. Their backs are bare, red with fresh lashings, the skin split in long, oozing lines. Some carry banners embroidered with crosses, others hold relics, bones, bits of cloth, things that they say belong to saints. They chant Latin prayers in unison, voices hoarse from shouting to them all day and night. Every few steps they stop, raise their whips high, and bring them down across their shoulders with a sickening smack. Then again, and again, you flinch without meaning to. The villagers gather at a cautious distance, forming a silent half-circle around the strange parade. Some weep openly, convinced that these men are saints themselves, holy warriors sacrificing their flesh to end the suffering. Others watch in horror, whispering that they bring more plague with them, dragging death behind their bare, bloodied feet like a curse. You're not sure what to think. One of them, a gaunt, wild-eyed man with a beard like a bale of straw, locks eyes with you for a moment as he passes. There's a strange light behind his expression, something between rapture and madness. It's not comforting. The flagellants believe the plague is a divine punishment, a judgment on mankind's sin, pride, and filth. Their solution? Pain. Daily, public, ritualized pain. They stop in the village square, form a circle, and begin their penance routine all over again. One man reads from a scroll verses about judgment and wrath, while the others continue their self-inflicted punishments, blood dripping into the dusty ground. Some villagers join in, stripping to the waist, sobbing as they strike themselves for the first time. A woman throws herself to her knees and kisses the blood-soaked earth. Others flee to their homes, bolting doors behind them. But here's a strange historical footnote. The flagellant movement wasn't born from the plague. It existed before, small quiet gatherings of religious penitents, but the plague made it explode, like disease pouring gasoline on spiritual desperation. By the mid-14th century, flagellant bands were roaming through entire countries, leaving bewildered and divided communities in their wake. You start to see the tension rising within your own village. The priest, still alive somehow, confronts the group leader at the church steps, demanding they leave. He argues that their rituals are heresy, that they are interfering with God's true work, not aiding it. The flagellant leader laughs, a high, dry sound like tearing paper. He raises his arms to the crowd and declares that the church has failed, that only suffering will save them now. Some of the villagers nod. This, more than anything, scares you. For centuries, the church has been the glue holding everything together, offering structure, stability, at least the illusion of divine order. Now, it's crumbling. You can see it in the priest's eyes as he backs away shaken. His sermons are thinner lately, uncertain, as though he no longer believes the words he's reciting. Others begin to take up the flagellant cause. You see them practicing at night behind the granary, flailing themselves in private, learning the chants. They light small fires and sing hymns until dawn, not out of joy but defiance, a refusal to accept helplessness. Of course, not everyone sees it as salvation. Some argue the flagellants bring the plague with them, moving from village to village, spreading infection. Others say their processions attract attention from hostile mobs and lawless bandits, and worst of all, they often target minority communities along the way. You hear about what happened in the next town over. The flagellants arrived and started blaming the local Jewish families for the plague. They accused them of poisoning wells, of angering God, of consorting with demons. Within hours, the synagogue was on fire, homes looted, children killed. The local authorities stood by and watched. You think about that with a knot in your stomach. There aren't many Jewish families in your village, but what if the crowd turns on someone else next time? The old herbalist woman, the foreign merchant who speaks broken Latin, even you. Fear morphs, shifts shape. It doesn't just live in disease now, it lives in people. A strange quiet settles over the village after the flagellants leave. A sadness tinged with something darker than exhaustion. You sense the divisions now, who welcomed the marchers and who hid from them, who believes in the church and who now thinks pain is the only salvation. Old friendships unravel in the space of a look. No arguments, no fists, just silence and eyes full of doubt. Here's a wild, lesser-known truth. Some of the flagellants started carrying small iron flails designed specifically to injure without killing, carefully calibrated for maximum pain and bleeding without risk of death. They had even keep records. How many lashes per day? How many steps between penance stations? It became ritualized suffering, as methodical as prayer. Scholars today still argue about the deeper impact of the flagellants. Were they a desperate form of therapy? A mass psychosis? A populist uprising disguised as piety? Some historians see them as proto-protest movements, early signs of the spiritual unrest that would explode during the Reformation. Others think they were just people trying not to go insane in a world that had lost all sense. That night, you dream again. This time of endless processions, of bleeding men crawling through the snow, of churches collapsing into ash as the chanting never stops. You wake to find your arm has gone numb just from sleeping wrong, but your heart lurches in panic. You rub at it furiously until the feeling returns. You realise that you too have started keeping track. How many nights without a fever? How many mornings without a new cough? It's not prayer, it's not science, it's ritual. And you don't even know when you started doing it. You've begun to mark the doorframe each morning with a scratch from your knife, a tally, to see how long you last. Down the road, the blood has dried in the square. The villagers step over it like it's mud. No one talks about it anymore, but the chanting still echoes in your ears. There's a different kind of silence surrounding the lepers. Not the heavy, communal dread that hangs over the plague-stricken, but something older, colder, like a door that's been shut and locked for centuries. You hear about them in hushed tones, always with a sideways glance, as if speaking their name might summon them from the hills. Leprosy, the slow death, the exile sentence that never ends. You don't see many lepers in the village, and that's precisely the point. They're not allowed here. Their very presence is a violation. The law says they must live beyond the town walls, often miles away, in places called lazar houses or leprosaria, quarantine zones that are less hospital and more open-air prison. Some are run by monks, others are little more than crumbling huts and graveyards. One morning, curiosity, or maybe a touch of guilt, gets the better of you. You decide to follow the old path past the stone marker carved with a cross and a warning, "No clean soul may pass." It's half overgrown, a narrow track weaving through thick brush. Birds scatter as you move. You carry bread and dried beans in a cloth sack, unsure whether it will be welcome or feared. The leper house is quiet, a cluster of low stone buildings nestled into a slope beneath twisted trees. Smoke drifts from one chimney. There's no gate, but you feel like you've crossed an invisible boundary. You see them before they see you, or maybe they see you first and pretend they didn't. A man sits on a bench, wrapped in layers despite the summer heat. His hood is drawn low, and his hands are gloved, fingers unnaturally thin. Next to him, a woman tends to a garden of bitter herbs, her face mostly covered by linen. She moves slowly, deliberately. Every gesture speaks of pain and resignation. They don't look monstrous, not really, just worn down, as if life itself has been trying to erase them little by little. You hesitate. Then slowly you set the sack down on a flat rock a few feet away and step back. The man nods once. You nod back. There's an understanding there, silent and absolute. You are not one of them. You can leave. Leprosy is nothing like the plague. It doesn't kill quickly. It doesn't come in waves. It creeps. It disfigures. It numbs the skin and dulls the nerves, so a person might burn themselves and never feel it, might lose a toe and keep walking. It wears you down from the outside in, one patch of skin at a time. And worst of all, it makes you visible, marked, untouchable. In medieval Europe, lepers were required to carry clappers or bells, warning people of their approach. They had to wear special clothes, often grey or brown with specific patches, and couldn't enter town without permission. In some places, lepers were declared legally dead. As in, an actual funeral was held in their name, even though they were still very much alive. They lost their rights, their homes, their families, their names. It wasn't just fear of disease that drove this, though that certainly played a part. It was a spiritual judgment. People believed leprosy was a punishment for sin, especially sins of the flesh. Lust, pride, greed. The afflicted were often viewed as walking symbols of divine wrath, living reminders that God sees everything. You watch the woman in the garden wipe sweat from her brow, then wince. Her hands are wrapped in cloth. You realise they're shaking. You don't ask what she did to deserve this. You don't believe she did anything. The leper house, though poor, has a strange sort of peace to it. No one is rushing, no one is hiding. They already know how their story ends. They've come to terms with it, or at least learned how to endure. A young boy, maybe 10, steps into view. His face is smooth, untouched, but his arm is bandaged from wrist to elbow. He looks at you for a long moment, then picks up the sack of food you left, carries it inside without a word. You wonder what it's like to grow up here, to know from the start that your life will be this quiet exile. Here's a curious historical oddity. Not all lepers were poor or outcast. In some regions, wealthy lepers continued to receive rents and property income, managing their estates through clerks or family. Some even had private chapels and servants, though they were still required to live apart. Disease didn't always erase privilege, it just bent it in strange ways. Still, for most, leprosy meant permanent separation. No touching, no embracing, no returning home. Modern scholars still argue over what leprosy meant in medieval terms. Was it actually Hansen's disease, the bacterial illness we recognise today? Or was it a catch-all term for a variety of skin conditions, psoriasis, eczema, lupus, even advanced syphilis? Some medical historians believe the word leprosy may have been as much a moral category as a medical one. If your skin looked wrong and people feared you, that was enough. You start your walk back home before the sun sets. The forest seems darker now, though the path is unchanged. As you near the village, the contrast hits you. Noise, movement, life. Even in plague time, the village is still full of people pretending to be normal. At the leper house, there is no pretending. Later that evening, as you sit by the fire eating your meagre dinner, you think about the boy with the bandaged arm. You picture him sleeping in a cold room, listening to the wind in the trees, knowing he'll never be invited to a feast, or fall in love, or walk into town without someone shrinking back. You're startled by how angry that makes you. For all the horror of the plague, at least its victims were mourned, cried over. Buried in mass graves, yes, but still buried with prayers, still remembered. But the lepers? They were erased. A slow vanishing, one rule at a time. You lie awake that night, imagining a world where lepers walk freely, where they're treated, healed, held. A future with medicine, maybe, and understanding. It feels impossible, like a fairy tale. Then you remember the quiet nod from the man on the bench, and you start to think maybe it's not so impossible after all. The leper house stays with you, not in the way a nightmare does, not sharp and screaming, but in the way a shadow clings to the edge of your vision. You go about your days as best you can, hauling water, checking on neighbours, counting the hours between meals and prayers. But you keep seeing that quiet cluster of buildings in your mind, that boy with the bandaged arm, the man's nod, the woman moving through her herb garden like she still believed in something. A week passes, maybe more, time slips around you like fog. The plague hasn't vanished, but it feels like it's taken a breath. A moment of stillness before the next wave. You don't trust it, of course, no one does. The cart doesn't come as often now, but the priest still keeps his burial clothes folded neatly by the altar, just in case. And yet curiosity gnaws at you. That strange, restless pull. You feel it again one morning and set off toward the leper house. This time with a fresh bundle, bread, dried fish, a little tallow for candles, even a book of psalms you barely understand but figure someone there might. The path feels different now, familiar, in a way that makes your chest ache. You pass the stone warning again and wonder what it would be like to live on the other side of it permanently, to cross that threshold and never come back. They see you this time before you set the bundle down. The boy approaches, closer than before. He doesn't speak, just eyes the sack, then you. His face is still smooth, but his gaze is older now, something behind his eyes that wasn't there last time. He nods and disappears into one of the buildings. You wait, just for a moment, and that's when she appears, The woman from the herb garden. Today her face is uncovered. Not completely, but enough to see her cheek is misshapen, the skin mottled and cracked like old parchment. Her right eye is slightly sunken, her lips drawn tight as if they've forgotten how to smile. And yet she speaks. "Thank you," she says softly, her voice thin but steady. You blink. It's the first word any of them has said to you. You're not even sure what to say back. "You don't have to come again," she adds, more gently than you expect. "But if you do, bring mint, not yarrow. Yarrow makes the boy cough." You nod, your throat tightening. Then she turns and is gone. That night the wind shifts. It carries a new smell into town, sharper than rot, tinged with smoke and brine. You hear talk of burning leper houses in the cities. Officials worried that there are plague hotspots, even though leprosy and the plague are completely different illnesses. But logic doesn't win arguments these days. Fire does. A merchant passing through says they burned 5 leper houses outside Paris just this month. Locked the doors first. No survivors. He says it casually, like he's talking about bad grain or a bridge collapse. Then he shrugs and drinks from his mug. You don't sleep that night. You return the next morning carrying mint. The woman is waiting. You learn her name is Agnes. And though she doesn't invite you inside, she never will. She speaks more this time. She used to be a midwife. Delivered 37 babies in her life, including 2 sets of twins. She started showing symptoms a year ago. Her left foot is numb now. Her voice cracks when she talks about her daughter, who was 12 when they sent Agnes away. She hasn't seen her since. She left a daisy on the gate one day, she says, looking toward the trees. Didn't come near. Just the flower. You ask what they do here all day, how they pass the time. Read, pray, tend what we can mostly. We wait. You want to say something comforting, something wise, but nothing comes, so you just nod. Feels like enough. Here's something most people don't know. Leper houses were often self-sustaining. Despite their isolation, they had herb gardens, small flocks, and workshops. Some made woolen cloth, others baked bread. The people inside weren't just waiting to die, they were living, adapting, surviving. The medieval world tried to erase them, but they built lives anyway. Agnes shows you their chapel, a small stone building with a wooden door nearly falling off its hinges. Inside it smells of beeswax and damp stone. The altar is bare, but a crude crucifix hangs from the wall, carved from driftwood and strung with wildflowers. She tells you they hold mass themselves. No priest has come in over a year. You look around and realise this place, forgotten by your town, dismissed by most, is more peaceful than any church you've stepped into recently. There's an academic debate still swirling among scholars today. Were medieval leper houses cruel exile or radical compassion? Some argue they were brutal tools of segregation and stigma, enforcing shame. Others believe they were early attempts at public health, giving the sick a chance to live in dignity and protect the larger population. The truth, as always, is tangled in both. But to you, standing in this quiet clearing with the mint still crumpled in your hand, it feels like something in between. A painful mercy, a walled kindness. Before you leave, the boy appears again. He hands you something. A little carved bird made from a piece of driftwood. It fits in your palm. You don't know if he made it or if someone gave it to him. You try to thank him, but he's already gone. You keep the bird. It sits beside your bed now. A reminder that survival isn't always loud. Sometimes it's just showing up with mint instead of yarrow. Back in the village, things feel different. You look at people and wonder who they've written off, who's been quietly pushed to the edges, not because of disease maybe, but for being too old, too poor, too strange. The plague still looms. You know that. It hasn't ended, but now you know what a slow death looks like. You've seen the kind of strength it takes to keep living when you've been erased, and somehow, in a way you can't explain, that's scarier than the coughing. Because the plague might kill you fast, but being forgotten kills you slow. It begins with a sheen of sweat, a dampness on the forehead that seems harmless at first, maybe the heat, maybe the nerves. Then comes the sudden chill, the strange sense that your skin no longer belongs to you. Within hours, you're drenched. Your clothes cling, your heartbeat slams like a war drum behind your ribs, fast and furious. You try to rest, but sleep is impossible. By the time the sun rises, you're either on your feet again like nothing happened, or you're dead. This isn't the plague, it's something worse in a way, faster, sneakier. They call it the sweating sickness, and unlike the slow grind of leprosy or the visible horror of the plague's boils, this one strikes like lightning. It comes out of nowhere and vanishes just as quickly. The only thing it leaves behind is a body and a lot of unanswered questions. No one knows where it started. Some say in the lowlands of Wales, others claim it followed soldiers back from the continent. The first major outbreak in England hit in 1485, right after Henry Tudor landed to seize the throne at Bosworth. The timing was suspicious, as if the sickness itself had a political agenda. You've heard the gossips in the tavern whisper that maybe it was divine punishment for kingship claimed by blood. Now it's spreading again. Not here yet, not in your village, but the word has come down from the cities. London's full of it. Oxford too. Noblemen are dying as fast as farmers. Even priests are afraid to hold mass. The symptoms are always the same: sudden onset, extreme sweating, racing heartbeat, delirium, and then, within hours, death. What makes it worse is the unpredictability. One moment a man might be laughing in the alehouse. The next, he's clutching his chest and collapsing. No warning, no time to prepare, no time to say goodbye. You've always feared the slow death, the drawn-out decline of sickness. But this is worse. This is the ground falling out from under your feet. It's the terror of never knowing if a bead of sweat on your brow means anything at all. There are no buboes to spot, no cough to listen for, no visible signal that someone's become a danger, just the sweat. The sweat and the fear that follows it like a shadow. Even stranger, it seems to favour the well-off. Nobles, courtiers, wealthy merchants, people who live indoors, who eat well, who think themselves immune to the pestilences that haunt the poor. It's like the illness is targeting pride itself. There's a noble family 2 towns over, wealthy, respected, influential. The entire household succumbed within 3 days. Father, mother, 4 children, 2 servants, gone. The neighbours refused to bury them. They burned the house instead. That's the kind of panic you're dealing with now. Not fear of something grotesque and visible, but something invisible, undetectable. It's the idea that the person you shared bread with this morning might be gone before nightfall, and you might be next. You hear that people are leaving the cities in droves. Oxford students fleeing the colleges. Parliament refusing to meet. Henry VIII himself, still a young king at this point, is reportedly moving court from palace to palace like a frightened child in a game of hide-and-seek, hoping the sickness doesn't find him. Here's an odd historical detail. No one ever figured out what the sweating sickness actually was. Some modern scholars suggest it may have been a form of hantavirus, spread by rodents. Others think it might have been relapsing fever or some now extinct strain of influenza. The truth is, it came and went so quickly and left such vague records behind that we still don't know. You ask the priest what to do if it comes, he suggests fasting and prayer. The local apothecary recommends wormwood tea and sleeping in linen soaked in vinegar. A farmer tells you to avoid garlic. It makes the sweat worse, he says with absolute conviction. But none of these feel like real answers. Mostly people are just scared. And then the fever hits your village. It starts with the miller, a thick, sunburnt man with arms like tree trunks and a laugh that could shake dust from the rafters. He's hauling sacks of grain in the morning. By noon he's sitting in the shade, glassy-eyed, drenched. His wife finds him an hour later mumbling nonsense, face pale as wax. He's dead by sundown. You hear it from the blacksmith, who doesn't look much better himself. There's sweat at his temples. He doesn't seem to notice. By morning he's gone too. You stop leaving your hut. You drape wet cloth over the door to keep out the air, light candles, and pray to a god you're not sure is still listening. Everyone does something similar. The town looks like it's been frozen in place. No children playing, no carts moving, just smoke curling from chimneys and the occasional sound of someone retching behind closed doors. What makes it unbearable is the randomness. Some people get it and live, others seem to skip the whole sickness altogether. A teenage girl collapses in the square and is back on her feet 2 days later. The baker's apprentice sweats through 3 shirts and survives. Meanwhile, the scribe, the brewer, and 2 shepherds are buried within 24 hours of showing symptoms. There's no pattern, no sense. It's a game of dice with death. At night, you lie perfectly still, afraid that moving too much might trigger it. You've stopped eating hot food just in case. People say meat makes it worse. Some folks are rubbing themselves with salt and wrapping up in linen like human sausages. Others have taken to sleeping outdoors, claiming the wind can keep the sweat away. There's even talk of a wandering herbalist who's found a cure. Boiled foxglove and rosemary, they say. But she's 3 days away by foot and the roads are watched. No one's risking travel anymore, not even for salvation. Curiously and somewhat hilariously, one of your neighbours tries a method he swears by. sleeping with a dead mole on his chest. No one knows where he heard it. Possibly his grandmother, possibly a dream. He survives the fever, and now swears the mole saved him. You're not sure what's more unsettling, the claim or the fact that others start looking for dead moles too. Years from now, some historian will write that this disease cut through the population like a scythe through grass. You think that's generous. The grass never had a chance. Then, as quickly as it began, the sickness retreats. The air feels lighter. People begin emerging from their huts, blinking in the sunlight like they've been reborn. There's no celebration, just an eerie, mutual nod that says, "We're still here." But for how long? You bury the scribe with your own hands. No one else showed up. He was quiet. He taught you to read a few words last winter. You scratch his name into the dirt with a stick. There's no headstone, just the memory. The ground drinks the sweat and the blood. You feel the weight of both. And the wind feels wrong again. It doesn't matter how rich you are when your body starts to betray you. Gold can't cool a fever, land can't ease a cough, and noble blood won't save you when the boils begin to rise. Disease, as you've come to learn, plays no favourites, though it sometimes takes perverse delight in showing just how powerless the powerful really are. Word trickles in on the back of rumours and whispers. Lords in their castles, kings in their courts, queens in silk bedsheets, falling one by one to the same invisible enemy that plagues the poorest hovels. In fact, in some cases, the higher the rank, the worse the fall. Dignity has a way of collapsing fast when your skin splits open, or when your chamberlain refuses to come close enough to bring you water. You hear about the French king's physician, a man once known for his pride, who begged for leeches while weeping into his own sleeve. The story comes with theatrical hand gestures, and plenty of dramatic flair from the traveller who tells it, but it sticks with you all the same. That image, a man with all the learning in the world, reduced to guessing what worm or spice might save his own life. Royalty is supposed to live behind walls. Layers upon layers of defence, stone, guards, courtiers, servants. But the plague slips through them all, sometimes literally. In some castles the servants bring it in, stable hands, cooks, washerwomen, exposed to the disease outside and unknowingly delivering death straight to the throne room. In one chilling tale, a young duke in Burgundy barricaded himself in his castle with 20 guards, 2 priests, a physician, and a mistress. They brought in barrels of salted meat, wine, and bread enough for a year. Not a single soul inside the fortress survived beyond a month. It was said the last one to die was the physician, found curled beside the empty food stores with a bloodied rag tied around his eyes. That one keeps you up at night. But it's not just plague now. You're hearing about a sickness in the Italian courts, a new disease passed through close contact, especially intimate contact. The rumours are vague but vivid. Sores, fevers, madness. Some say it came from the east. Others say it arrived with Columbus, a curse from the New World itself. They call it the Great Pox for now. Later the world will know it as syphilis. Right now, it's simply terrifying. The court physicians in Rome argue over what to call it and how to cure it. Some prescribe mercury baths. Others suggest strict diet and celibacy, which naturally no one follows. The artists, ever dramatic, start painting strange scenes. Angels holding scorpions, skeletons kissing queens. You can practically smell the fear in their brushstrokes. It's a quiet comfort, in a strange way, to know that even the mighty are not immune. But it's also disorienting. When kings start dying like peasants, the world feels like it's coming undone. Who rules when the ruler is rotting from the inside? What is justice when the judge cannot stop shaking long enough to hold a gavel? In England, you hear, King Henry VII lost his son Arthur, just a few years after the sweating sickness first swept through. The boy was young, strong, destined to rule, but no one escapes the sweat. He died at 16, leaving behind a widow, Catherine of Aragon, who would go on to marry Arthur's younger brother, a brash young man named Henry. Yes, that Henry, the one with the wives, the one who rewrote the English church just to get a divorce. And it all begins, quietly, with a fevered prince dying in a cold room while no one could help. There's something uniquely terrifying about a dying king. When a peasant dies, the village grieves. When a merchant dies, the markets shuffle and shift. But when a king dies, the whole realm shudders. Borders blur, alliances fracture, wars begin. Even now, nobles are fleeing their estates. Some ride out with a full retinue, dragging carts of linen and silver behind them, hoping to outrun the plague. Others hide inside their manor walls, hoping silence will be their salvation. A few vanish entirely, rumoured to have gone mad in their isolation, talking to ghosts and scrawling prayers on every surface. A messenger passes through your village, coughing. He wears fine boots but rides a half-starved horse. He claims he just left a castle in the north, a fine place with marble fountains and golden plates, but tells you he had to jump out the window when the gates were locked behind him, trapping the sick inside. His laugh is hollow, more air than amusement. You wonder what it must be like to die in a place built for luxury. Silk sheets, carved bedposts, painted ceilings, and yet none of that matters when your lungs fill with fluid or your joints seize in agony. The walls might be gold, but the end smells the same. Here's a lesser-known, bizarre royal tidbit. Queen Elizabeth of Hungary supposedly used a perfume made of rosemary and wine to protect herself from the plague. People called it Hungary water. It was all the rage among noblewomen for a time, dabbing it behind the ears, on gloves, even soaking their veils in it. Did it work? Probably not. But at least they died smelling fantastic. There's an argument you overhear at the tavern one night. Two old men hunched over the mugs of bitter ale. "The nobles deserve it," one grunts. "Sat in their halls, feasting while we scraped for barley." "Aye," says the other, "but if they all die, who'll pay for the roads? Who'll stop the bandits?" Neither one has an answer. Modern scholars still puzzle over the political consequences of all this disease. How many dynasties crumbled not by war or rebellion, but by infection? How much of Europe's shifting balance in the late Middle Ages was driven not by strategy but by fevers? Death, it turns out, is a better revolution than most kings ever anticipated. And still the fever creeps closer. You find yourself staring at your own hands some nights, inspecting them for tremors, redness, rashes. You wonder if you'd even notice the first symptom, or if your body would betray you without so much as a hint. You don't know whether to envy the nobles or pity them. Their palaces are grander, their food better, their candles thicker and slower to burn. But their fear is no smaller. If anything, it's louder, echoed by the vast halls around them. You can scream into the castle and never be heard. In your little hut your voice would carry. Not that it would matter when your time comes, because no matter the walls, the robes or the rank, death answers to no crown. By now you've started to recognise the survivors by their scars. You see them in the market, what's left of it, buying onions or stale bread with hands that shake slightly, or faces half hidden beneath hoods. Some carry their damage boldly, foreheads cratered, lips pulled tight by old lesions, skin the colour of wax. Others try to hide it, layers of cloth in soon summer heat, veils clinging to cheekbones. But you know the signs, everyone does. Once you've seen smallpox up close, you can spot its trail even from across the square. It's not new. In fact, it's been lurking in the shadows of history for centuries by now, moving from region to region, throne to throne. Long before the plague, before the sweats, smallpox was carving its signature into human flesh. It's a patient artist, slow, thorough, cruel. You first saw it in your cousin years ago, long before any of this plague madness began. One week she was rosy and sharp-tongued, teasing you at the well, the next she was locked in a dark room, feverish and hallucinating. The midwife wouldn't go near her. She raved about wolves in the rafters and cried for water that was right beside her. And then the blisters came. They started small like bee stings. Then they swelled, spread, burst, covered her face, her chest, her arms. The smell was unforgettable. Not death exactly, but something worse. Rotting sugar, sweetness turned wrong. She survived. Most didn't. And yet surviving was its own kind of curse. When she finally left that room, her skin was a roadmap of pain. The other children flinched when they saw her. Adults smiled too wide and too briefly. She never married. She stopped teasing. Her laughter became a quiet thing, folded away like the shirt she never wore anymore. You remember thinking death might have been kinder. And now it's back again. Not as wild as the plague, not as sudden as the sweats, but steady, relentless. You've heard it's moving westward this time, creeping out of the east with caravans and soldiers slipping aboard ships in the ports of Constantinople and Marseille. Some say it came with pilgrims returning from Jerusalem. Others say it's always been here, just waiting for bodies to weaken enough to invite it back in. Smallpox doesn't play coy. When it hits, it announces itself in full spectacle. First the high fever, then the backache that makes movement a nightmare. After that comes the rash, red spots that bloom like poppies across the skin. Within days, those spots swell into pustules filled with thick yellow pus. Eventually they scab, crack and fall away, often leaving pits and scars behind, if you're lucky. Sometimes the blisters appear in the mouth and throat first, making it impossible to eat or speak. You hear stories of victims who suffocate on their own blood, or worse, who go blind from the blisters that form on their eyes. One of the nuns from the nearby abbey comes through the village. She wears thick gloves, her hood pulled low. You notice the stiffness in her posture, the odd way she holds her jaw. A passing merchant says she's one of the few who survived smallpox as a child and now cares for those infected. God's chosen her, he whispers. You're not sure if that's reverence or pity. Here's something strange and utterly medieval. In some towns, people believed smallpox could be scared away. They'd bang pots, ring bells, and even dress in bright colours, anything to confuse the disease spirit. There are reports of villagers hosting mock weddings between dolls, claiming it would distract the illness long enough to leave the village. Yes, plague meets puppet theatre. Desperate times call for deeply weird traditions, and yet weirdly, smallpox came with its own kind of twisted logic. Unlike plague or the sweating sickness, smallpox survivors usually didn't get sick again. There were stories of immunity, of second chances. This led to a very old and controversial practice in the Middle East and parts of Asia: variolation. People would intentionally infect themselves with dried scabs from a smallpox patient, hoping to get a milder case and live through it. Word of this method spread slowly in Europe, whispered about in the same breath as witchcraft or Eastern sorcery. Most people laugh it off, others raise an eyebrow. But in the shadows, some are starting to wonder if maybe, just maybe, it's not madness, but medicine. You find yourself at the bedside of an old neighbour one evening. Her name's Bruna. She taught you how to plant onions. She's been burning with fever for 3 days now, skin red and glistening. The pustules have started. Her lips are cracked, her voice nearly gone, but she clutches your hand with surprising strength. "Don't let them burn me," she whispers. "I'm not dead." You nod, horrified that she even had to say it. Then you realise she's not the first one to make that request. People are so afraid of contagion now that some have taken to preemptively destroying the infected. Fire is cleaner than risk. Outside, the air carries a sharp scent, smoke, and something darker beneath it. Someone's burning bedding again. In a quieter moment, you try to write. Not a letter, there's no one left to send one to, just a note to yourself. You scratch the words into a scrap of parchment with a dull quill, something about Bruna, about your cousin, about surviving. The ink runs when your hand shakes. You blot it dry with the corner of your sleeve. Modern scholars still argue about the true scope of smallpox in the medieval world. Was it as widespread as the plague? As deadly? Some say yes, noting entire cities in the Islamic world reduced by it. Others claim it never reached the same fever pitch in Europe until the 17th century. But even then, in this time, in your time, it feels like it's everywhere, lurking just beyond the next door, waiting to find new skin to map its trail into. You lie awake again, as usual. Outside, someone sobs. Maybe a child. Maybe not. It's hard to tell anymore. Grief sounds the same in all ages. You run your fingers along your own face, smooth, for now. But if it comes for you, you'll wear the scars too. You wonder, absurdly, if there will be anyone left to recognise you. There's something wrong in the square. You feel it before you see it. A tension in the air that smells faintly of panic and something sweeter, like wine spilled and forgotten. You push through a cluster of hushed onlookers, past a butcher who mutters a prayer without moving his lips, and there they are. A group of people dancing. Not dancing as in celebrating, not like the midsummer festivals you remember from your childhood, or clapping and laughter and spinning with ribbons in your hands. No, this is different. This is terrifying. Their feet move too fast. Their faces are strained, sweat pouring down brows. Some are barefoot and their soles leave red streaks on the cobbles. Others have collapsed but keep twitching, legs kicking out as if pulled by puppet strings. There's no music, no rhythm, just the slapping of feet and the distant sob of someone who no longer remembers why they're crying. You watch for a moment, frozen. No one dares get close. A few throw water, hoping it might snap the dancers out of whatever trance they've fallen into. It doesn't. One man near the well begins screaming, not words, just raw sound, while his body continues to leap and jerk. You feel your stomach turn. It's called the dancing plague now. You've heard the whispers, but you thought it was a story. something told to scare children or entertain drunks. But here it is, unfolding in your own square under your own eyes. No one knows how it started. Some say a woman in Strasbourg began dancing one morning and couldn't stop. Within a week, dozens joined her. Within a month, hundreds. Some danced until their feet split open. Some until they collapsed and died. Scholars would later name the year, 1518, and call it one of the most bizarre mass psychogenic events in recorded history. But standing here, you don't care about history. You care about the woman whose hair is matted to her scalp, who moves like her bones have forgotten how to be bones. She crashes into a barrel and keeps moving, now limping, mouth agape, eyes empty. A man nearby mutters, "She's possessed." Another crosses himself and backs away. Others seem drawn in. You catch a baker's apprentice stepping closer, slowly, like something's pulling him by the gut. His hands twitch at his sides. His shoulders roll slightly, rhythmically. You grab his arm. He blinks dazed and stumbles back. You don't know what would have happened if he'd joined. And that's what's most terrifying. It's contagious somehow. Not like a cough, not like fleas. It's something in the mind or the spirit, or maybe something no one has a name for yet. People see others dance, and then they dance too. Not out of joy, but out of compulsion, like their bodies have betrayed them. The magistrates are baffled. You hear arguments in the church square about what to do. Some say it's a curse. Others say it's the work of demons or the wrath of a neglected saint. Saint Vitus is the name that keeps surfacing, a patron of epileptics, dancers, and the mad. A priest insists the only cure is penance. Another suggests exorcism. A third recommends music. Yes, music. The logic, as twisted as it sounds, is this. If the dancing won't stop, then maybe guiding it will help. Bring musicians, set a rhythm, let them dance in controlled bursts, burn off the madness, sweat it out, so they do. Within 2 days, the square is filled with drums, fiddles, flutes. It feels like a festival, but no one's smiling. The dancers keep moving, arms flailing, limbs spasming. Their expressions are pained, panicked. Some look relieved briefly when the music begins, but then their bodies just speed up, whipped into new frenzies by the beat. You wonder if the musicians feel like accomplices. You remember reading once, though reading might be generous, it was more like overhearing someone recite a line from a travelling book merchant, that in ancient times there were mystery cults where people would dance themselves into trances to get closer to their gods. Maybe that's what this is. Not disease, but worship. A darker kind. Worship through suffering. But there's another theory whispered by a scholar passing through your village on horseback. He wears robes dusted with road and carries a satchel full of leaflets no one asked for. He claims it's not spirits, not saints, not even madness. He says it might be ergo, a fungus that grows on rye when the harvest is damp. If people eat bread made from infected grain, it poisons the brain, causes visions, tremors, seizures. He calls it St. Anthony's fire, though others know it as dancing madness. His voice is too fast, too excited, and you get the sense he's half hoping it spreads further so he can study it. You let him pass. You don't like the look in his eyes. By the end of the week, half the dancers are dead. The rest lie in carts, bones broken from spasms, feet raw and blackened. A few continue to twitch even in sleep. One woman laughs whenever someone speaks, no matter what's said. Another has gone completely silent, eyes fixed on a distant spot in the sky. The music stops. No one says it officially, but there's a decision made. Silence is better. Let the madness burn out, if it must, but no more drums, no more fiddles, and just like that, the square empties. A few straw mats remain, soaked with sweat and blood. You see a sandal lying upside down near the well. No one claims it. You walk home quietly. The streets feel thick with memory. Your body aches and you're not sure why. You imagine waking up tomorrow with your limbs moving without permission, spinning until your knees crack, until your heart gives out. It's a horror so absurd that you almost laugh, until you remember the woman crashing into the barrel. Modern scholars still argue, was the dancing plague a form of hysteria, ergot poisoning, or collective trauma? Was it real in the body or only in the mind? Did people choose to dance, or did the world simply become too heavy to bear any other way? You lie in bed and test your feet. Still, your hands steady. You don't sleep though, you just listen, and wait for the music that isn't playing. When the plague first came, you remember thinking it was a punishment. Maybe for sin, maybe for pride, maybe just for existing in a world that constantly finds new ways to hurt you. But now, standing at the edge of the churchyard, watching the priest lower his eyes and mutter words so softly you can't even make them out, you realise something else. The punishment didn't stop with the sick. It swallowed the very institutions people turn to for comfort. And nothing has suffered quite like the church. There's a grave being dug, not a deep one, not anymore. The grave digger is coughing. You think he has maybe 2 more days in him, if that. But he's still here, still swinging the spade, still carving narrow rectangles into the earth for bodies that just keep coming. The priest finishes the half-hearted blessing and walks off without looking back. It's hard to blame him. Once, the church was the heart of the village. Now it's the flickering candle in a room full of smoke. You remember when the church doors were always open, when the bells rang out over weddings and feast days, when processions filled the streets with incense and hymns. That was before. Now the doors are locked more often than not. The bells ring only for death, and sometimes not even then. The altar boy disappeared weeks ago, ran off or died. No one knows. The priest no longer walks the streets offering comfort. He stays in the rectory, pale and hunched, muttering to himself. He doesn't look at people anymore. They say he's buried more than 200 souls in 3 months, and that's just in your village. The structure of faith is unravelling. You feel it in the small things, communion bread going stale, wine diluted past recognition, sermons shortened to muttered clichés about suffering and God's will. The confessionals sit empty, not because people have nothing to confess, but because they don't believe forgiveness will save them from coughing blood. Some whisper that the church has lost its favour with heaven. Others argue it never had it. You hear stories from the next town over. The bishop died in his sleep. They found his body 2 days later, swollen and blackened, alone in his chambers. No one claimed his ring. The church treasury was ransacked within the hour. By whom, no one can say. The townspeople? The clergy? It doesn't matter. The gold is gone, and the prayers went with it. Yet others still believe. Or want to. A woman in your village insists on lighting candles every morning. She brings bread to the altar, even though the priest no longer blesses it. You pass her one day kneeling in the dust, eyes closed, lips moving in silent repetition. Her husband died last week, her daughter yesterday. She's still there the next morning. Here's a twisted little historical detail. During the height of the Black Death, the church lost as much as 1/3 to 1/2 of its clergy. Priests, monks, nuns all fell in massive numbers. Those who remained were overwhelmed, terrified, or not especially holy. In desperation, some churches began ordaining people with no training at all. Farm boys, minstrels, ex-criminals, anyone who could recite a prayer and wear the robes. It wasn't about piety anymore. It was about filling the robes. You've noticed it too. The new monk in the neighbouring parish doesn't know Latin, carries a knife under his robe, walks with a limp and a sneer. You wonder if he was a soldier once or a thief. You wonder if he knows the words or just mumbles them convincingly enough to make people believe. But even faith has its limits. And superstition is always waiting to fill the cracks. People have started turning to the stranger things. You see it in talismans hanging from doorways. Ribbons, bones, scraps of parchment with nonsense symbols. One house has a jar of dried frog legs nailed to its threshold. Another paints red crosses on every wall. A girl wears a necklace made from a crow's foot and swears it keeps the spirits away. In a way, it's like religion is evolving, or splintering. Where the church used to offer one path, people are now carving their own. Some chase old pagan rituals, others invent new ones on the spot. A man in your village has taken to writing prayers in charcoal on his sheep. You ask him why once, and he shrugs. Can't be worse than what we were doing before, he says. And honestly, you can't argue. There's a debate in the air, though no one speaks it outright. Is this the failure of the church, or just proof that it was never as powerful as people believed? Some say God has turned his face away, others say he was never watching to begin with. The theologians will fight about it for centuries, but you're here now, watching people die while the priest forgets the words to the final blessing. You help carry another body to the grave. A boy, no older than 10, his mother weeps silently. The priest doesn't come. You and 2 neighbours dig the hole, lay him in, cover him with earth. It feels like something sacred is missing. You speak a few more words, you don't know if they count. Afterward, you go to the church steps and sit in the sun. You used to feel comfort here. Now it just feels like a building. The stones are still solid, the stained glass still catches the light. But the soul inside, the thing that made it matter, feels thin, like smoke after a fire. And yet the strangest thing is that people still come. Not many, not every day, but they come. A girl lights a candle. An old man drops to his knees and weeps with his forehead pressed to the door. A boy walks past and touches the wall with reverence. Maybe it's not the building. Maybe it's the habit, or hope. Later. But for you, here and now, it's more personal. You're watching a structure fall, not in a dramatic collapse, but in slow erosion, like wind against stone. And somehow that's harder to bear. You rise. You walk home. You pass 3 crosses on the road, each one carved for someone who won't get a real grave. You bow your head, and for the first time in weeks, you whisper a prayer. Not because you believe it'll help, but because you want to remember what it felt like to believe. It's the children that haunt you the most. Not just the ones who die, though there are too many of them, their graves too small, their cries too quiet, but the ones still alive, wandering around with eyes too old for their faces. Children who should be chasing chickens or shouting in the meadows now sit in silence, tracing patterns in the dirt with sticks. They've seen too much. They've learned too quickly that stories don't always end with a kiss and a crown, and some of them don't come back at all. You hear rumours first, a child here, a few there, gone missing from nearby villages. No blood, no signs of a struggle, just gone. Some say they ran away. Others believe they were taken by wolves. A few whisper that the disease has taken a new form, one that moves in shadows and steals children, instead of killing them outright. Then someone says it out loud. The Children's Crusade, and you've heard of it before, half believed, like something from a song or a story too sad to be real. A movement of children marching to the Holy Land, led not by knights or kings, but by faith alone. Thousands of them, some say, peasant sons, orphan girls, shepherd boys, leaving their homes behind, claiming they've been chosen by God to reclaim Jerusalem without bloodshed. You think it's a myth, a fable, something meant to frighten mothers into keeping their children close. Until one day one of the older villagers shows you a piece of parchment, faded, wrinkled. It's a letter, or part of one, written in poor Latin, shaky script. It speaks of a boy from Cologne and visions of angels and the sea parting for the faithful. You read it twice before setting it down. It doesn't make sense, but you feel the pull of something ancient and solemn in the words. Then someone in your own village vanishes. Her name is Lenora. She's 10, maybe 11, skinny, sharp-tongued. The kind of girl who ties knots in her apron for luck and spits in her palm before tossing dice. One morning she's there, chasing geese across the field. That night, she's not. Her bed untouched. Her shoes missing. A note, if you can call it that, left on the hearth. He called us. We go now. Do not follow. Her mother collapses. Her father searches the woods until his feet bleed. But Lenora's gone. And then more disappear. You see a boy leaving just before dawn. He carries a sack too big for his shoulders and walks with his head high, as if stepping into a role he was born for. You call to him. He doesn't turn around, just keeps walking down the road toward the horizon, toward whatever faith or folly has taken root in his mind. It spreads like a fever. Stories tumble in from every direction, bands of children travelling on foot through towns and forests, chanting hymns, sleeping under trees, begging for food, claiming they'll cross the sea and take back the Holy Land. It doesn't matter that most of them don't know where Jerusalem is. It doesn't matter that they have no weapons, no maps, no leaders worth the name. What matters is that they believe. And what's worse, some adults believe them too. You hear about preachers who've joined the children, calling them the pure army of God, towns that throw celebrations as they pass, parents who weep as their sons leave, not with grief but with pride. You want to scream at them, tell them it's madness, that faith doesn't feed a stomach or keep out wolves or shield against fever. But deep down you understand it. The plague has taken everything. The church has crumbled. The kings have failed. Of course people look to children. They are the only ones left who haven't completely given up. But that hope is a lie. Weeks later you meet a woman outside your village. Her hands blackened with frostbite, her eyes red from weeping. She's come from the coast. She says she saw the children arrive there. Says they waited for ships that never came. Others climbed aboard vessels offered by men with empty smiles and promises too sweet to be real. The ships sailed east, not toward Jerusalem, but toward slave markets. They never came back, she says, not one. She falls to her knees and kisses the dirt. And here's the dark historical debate. Did the Children's Crusade actually happen the way people claim? Some scholars say it was a movement of poor youth, not children, misunderstood through time, romanticised into legend. Others insist it happened exactly as described. Thousands of children marching with no plans, swept up in spiritual hysteria, exploited by greedy merchants and abandoned by the very people who cheered them on. What's certain is this: children died. Some starved, some drowned, some were sold into slavery and never saw their homes again. That part, no matter the scholar, is not disputed. One afternoon you visit the forest's edge and find small footprints in the mud, a handful of broken branches, a circle of stones where someone tried to build a fire. You sit there for a while listening to the wind rustle through the leaves, wondering if Lenora passed this way, if she was scared, if she sang to herself, if she really believed angels would catch her if she fell. You try to imagine what kind of faith it takes to walk into the unknown like that. You fail. Back in the village, a new child is missing. His mother doesn't weep. She just stares at the wall. And so you take a piece of charcoal and scratch a message near the well. Just 3 words. Come back home. You know it won't reach them. You know they won't see it. But still, you write it. Because somewhere out there, in a forest or on a distant shore, a child might still be walking, still believing, still hoping. There's a new sickness in town, and this one has nothing to do with coughing, or fevers, or sweating yourself to death in a straw bed. No, this one's lower, dirtier. It hides behind closed doors and under silk sheets. It smells like perfume and desperation, and it leaves its marks not in the lungs or the skin, but in bones, in flesh, and sometimes in the mind. It begins with a sore, small, round, painless, almost easy to miss, until it isn't. They're calling it the French disease now, at least in your village. The French blame the Italians blame the Spanish blame the Moors. Everyone blames someone else, as if naming a scapegoat might keep the sores from blooming under their own skin. But no matter what name it wears, it's spreading fast, and it's vulgar in a way that makes people avoid even speaking about it. Not like the plague, which people scream about in the streets, or the sweating sickness, which they whisper like it's a ghost story. This is different. The French disease is a shameful secret passed with a look, a touch, a few moments behind a curtain. You don't cough from this one. You rot from the inside out. You first hear about it from a passing soldier. He has a limp and a wicked grin, missing 2 front teeth. He says he caught it in Naples, or maybe Milan, or maybe he doesn't remember. He says it starts slow, weeks or even months after a bit of fun. But then the sores appear, not just on the arms or fists, but elsewhere, places no one talks about. Then the rash, then the madness. Rots the skull, he says, tapping his temple with a finger. Turns your brain to mash. You're not sure if he's exaggerating until you see a man a few towns over, face half collapsing on one side, jaw locked tight. He walks with stiff legs, barely able to bend his knees, and his hands shake when he reaches for a cup. He used to be a merchant. Now he begs for bread, muttering to himself and scratching at invisible bugs on his chest. A local midwife tells you quietly that the sickness moves from mother to child, passing like a curse through blood. She saw a baby once born with bones bent like twisted roots and a cry that never sounded right. It didn't live long, she doesn't speak of it again, and it's everywhere now, especially in cities, where soldiers pass it to servants and servants pass it to nobles, and nobles pass it to courtesans, and courtesans pass it to poets, who then write about heartbreak while their bodies fall apart from the inside. In brothels, people burn the bedding every few days. In palaces, silk sheets are swapped without comment. No one admits they're sick. Everyone suspects everyone else. The worst cases end in madness. True madness. Not the soft, dreamy kind you've seen in dancers or the grief-mad mothers. This is violent, sharp, men chasing shadows, women shrieking at their reflections. One man in a nearby city supposedly tore out his own teeth, convinced they were worms sent to eat him alive. The doctors don't know what to do. Bleeding doesn't work, pigeons don't work, prayers don't work. But then someone starts suggesting mercury. Yes, mercury. The heavy silvery stuff that kills rats and poisons wells. They rub it into sores. They heat it into steam baths. They paint it onto gums. One doctor calls it the silver purge. Another calls it God's metal. And somehow it works. Sort of. The sores dry, the rash fades. But the patient's teeth fall out. Their hair thins, their memory crumbles. They survive the disease and die from the cure. Here's your quirky historical fact. Some syphilis treatments involved wrapping patients in leather and locking them in steamy rooms until they hallucinated. The theory was that the sweat would drive out the poison. In some cases, people even boiled herbs and sat in cauldrons up to their necks, breathing in whatever fumes the local apothecary had concocted that week. Hope in those rooms smelled like rosemary and despair. What no one agrees on is where it came from. There's an ongoing debate then and now about the origins of the disease. Did it arrive in Europe with Columbus and his men brought from the Americas? Some scholars say yes, pointing to early outbreaks in 1493, right after ships returned to Spain. Others argue it already existed in Europe, hidden under other names, only now taking a more virulent form. Maybe it was always here, just waiting. You find yourself wondering how something so personal, so intimate can become a public nightmare. This disease doesn't leap from the breath of strangers. It spreads through closeness, through trust, through love even. It weaponizes affection, and that makes it feel crueler than anything else you've seen. In town, people are more careful now, fewer weddings, more whispered gossip. Women clutch their shawls tighter. Men avoid eye contact. Even the priests give shorter confessions. There's an invisible layer to everything now, like a skin stretched over a wound no one dares name. You hear that even royalty isn't immune. The King of France himself, Charles VIII, contracted the disease. His face erupted in boils, his bones ached, his skin peeled. He died in 1498, aged just 27, but not before reportedly spreading it to more than a few mistresses and attendants. That's how quickly it moved right up to the throne. You remember Lenora, the girl who ran off with the Children's Crusade? You wonder what fate met her, whether it was plague or wolves or this, whether she survived long enough to learn how dangerous love can be. Some nights you lie awake and think about the merchant's face, the way it sagged, the way his voice cracked when he asked for bread and forgot your name between syllables. And then you wonder if this new disease is just another form of the old curse, not a punishment from God, but a punishment from life, from touch, from trust. And still, people touch. Still, people kiss in the alleys behind taverns and sneak into stables with flushed cheeks. They know the risk. They do it anyway. Because even in the middle of death, people crave connection, crave warmth, crave that moment when the world fades and there's nothing but breath and skin. And perhaps you think that's the cruelest part of all. Not the sores, not the madness, but the fact that even knowing all of it, you'd still say yes. Somewhere between a miracle and a mistake, you learn that bread can drive a person mad. Not just any bread, spoiled rye specifically. You wouldn't think much of it if the stories didn't all sound so similar. A village wakes up laughing, screaming, bleeding, burning. People speak in tongues, scratch at invisible snakes, throw themselves into rivers, and dance in the streets with their hair on fire. And afterward, once the smoke clears and the dead are buried, it turns out they all ate from the same bakery. You hear the tale from a tanner's son travelling through your region. He's missing 2 fingers, says they fell off during the visions. He doesn't explain what that means, and you don't ask. His eyes are distant, like he's still halfway inside whatever he saw. He swears the whole town of Pont Saint-Esprit in the south went insane in a single day. Bread, he whispers. Just bread. You start paying more attention to your own loaf. It's called ergotism, though of course no one uses that word yet. The villagers call it St. Anthony's fire, named after the saint who's supposed to protect against skin disease, hallucinations and spontaneous combustion. Yes, that last one is rumoured. It's all tied to a fungus that grows on rye during damp seasons, the same seasons that bring mould, rot and the unmistakable stink of desperation. It hides in the grain, infects the flour, and when you eat the bread, it eats you back. The symptoms are wild. Some people feel like their skin is burning. Others lose limbs to gangrene, the blood flow cut off by the poison. Some twitch, convulse, froth at the mouth. And some, perhaps the cruelest case, laugh themselves into unconsciousness, ribs breaking from the force of joyless mirth. It's the kind of madness that draws a crowd, the kind that spreads even when it's not contagious. You remember a girl from a nearby village who started seeing angels in her chimney. She claimed they told her to throw herself off the roof so she could fly to heaven. She survived the fall, she didn't survive the fever that followed. They buried her in a field lined with lavender. Her father never spoke again. The monks have a hospital for this sort of thing, an infirmary of St. Anthony, where they treat the afflicted with wine, prayer and mystery meat stew. They call it the Holy Cure. Some say it works, others say it's just better food than what you get at home. You once heard of a man who faked the symptoms just to get a bed and 3 meals a day. He died anyway, not of the fake sickness, just poor timing. You learn that the monks wear black robes with a tau cross, a kind of T-shape on the front, and they keep pigs, lots of pigs, which they use for medicinal salves. Somehow, pig fat is supposed to draw out the poison. You try not to picture how that works. The strangest thing is how many of these episodes start the same way. A bad harvest, a rainy summer, bread that tastes just a little too sour. But hunger is powerful. You eat what you can, even if it turns your thoughts into fire and snakes. It leads to the inevitable question: how many outbreaks of madness were really ergot poisoning in disguise? Historians today argue that the lines blur. Was it demonic possession, witchcraft, or just bread that went bad in a cold cellar? Some suspect that even the infamous Salem witch trials, centuries later, were rooted in tainted grain. The real devil, perhaps, was a loaf left too long. But back in your world, people don't use the word fungus. They say cursed, they say bewitched, and they always look for someone to blame. A widow, a herbalist, a foreigner. You've already seen what people will do when they need a villain. There's a miller in your village who's growing nervous. People are eyeing him sideways now, whispering about the last batch of rye flour. A boy twitched in his sleep 2 nights ago. A girl said she heard her dead brother singing from inside the well. Nothing too dramatic, not yet, but you feel it building. You visit the mill one morning under the guise of helping. The smell hits you immediately. Damp grain, mould, something sour. The miller's hands shake as he scoops flour into sacks. He says it's the damp air. Says he's been drying it as best he can. But his voice carries a tremble. He knows. That night someone burns a sack of flour in the square, just to be safe. You lie awake and wonder how many bad loaves you've eaten in your life. How many close calls. You remember that one time your mother insisted you throw out a loaf because it had black spots. You fought her on it. She slapped your hand. You still dream about that slap sometimes. Now it feels like the most loving thing she ever did. The following week, a woman down the road cuts off her own finger. She claims the devil was hiding inside it. You want to scoff, want to call it nonsense, but the priest just bows his head and blesses her. No one questions it. Not anymore. A local healer swears by a remedy involving goose fat and nettles, rubbed on the forehead while chanting the Lord's Prayer backward. Someone else suggests wearing a ring carved from rowan wood, soaked in vinegar and blessed during a full moon. And of course, someone else still blames lepers, or Jews, or women who read too much. You've stopped keeping track of the scapegoats. There are only so many people left to blame. There's a creeping sense that your own mind might betray you. Every shadow in the corner of your eye feels like a test. Every stray thought like a spark. You try to keep your meals simple. Boil your bread when you can. You chew slowly, listening for the crunch of madness in the crust. The church finally steps in. A sermon is held. The priest speaks about purification, penance, and the dangers of gluttony. You know he means bad grain, but the sermon veers wildly into fire and sulphur and lust. It always does. A woman faints halfway through. The rest of the congregation nods along, eyes wide, terrified. Not of sin, of supper. And here's the most quietly terrifying part. You realise how close the edge always is, how quickly life can become hallucination, how easily a loaf of bread can destroy a town. There's no fanfare, no trumpet, just damp weather and poor storage. Madness isn't some distant dramatic affliction. It's a bite, a meal, a choice made without knowing you're choosing. And so, each morning you sniff your bread, you watch your neighbours. You listen for laughter that lasts too long or eyes that don't blink enough. Because here, in the heart of famine and fire and fear, even your daily bread might be plotting against you. If anyone still holds on to a thread of hope, it's the monks. The quiet ones, tucked behind stone walls with ink-stained fingers and eyes that have seen too much. They live in the monastery infirmaries, those cloistered spaces where God, medicine, and human desperation all collide under one leaky roof. You've never been inside one, not really, until now. You go because your uncle collapsed in the fields, his skin yellowed overnight. He stopped speaking the next morning. The village priest said there was nothing more he could do, and the barber surgeon was busy with a baker who'd tried to cut out a boil with a rusted knife, so the monk it is. The road to the monastery is narrow and winding, flanked by low stone walls and crows that seem a little too interested in your passing. The building itself appears suddenly through the mist. High-walled, grey as a storm, with a chapel on one side and a garden on the other. A bell tolls once as you arrive. You don't know if it's for your uncle or for someone already gone. A novice meets you at the gate. He doesn't smile, just helps you lift your uncle onto a wooden stretcher and carries him inside. The air changes the moment you step through the threshold. It smells of beeswax, vinegar vale, and lavender. Faintly medicinal, faintly holy. You follow the novice through dim corridors to a chamber filled with narrow cots, all of them occupied. You see bandaged arms, flushed cheeks, vacant stares. Some of the patients are whispering prayers, others are whispering to people who aren't there. A monk appears, his robes clean, but his hands ink-stained and red at the knuckles. "Brother Theobald," he says. He gestures toward a cot and examines your uncle with a practiced calm, checks his tongue, his breath, his eyes. He doesn't flinch when your uncle groans or when a sour-smelling sweat seeps through the blanket. He nods, mutters something you can't hear, and calls for hot water. There is no medicine here, not like you imagined, no miracle cure. But there's a kind of method, strange as it is. Poultices made of mashed garlic and old wine, tea brewed from dried nettles and linden flowers, compresses soaked in vinegar, sometimes spiked with crushed sage or thyme, and then, of course, the prayers. Each treatment begins and ends with a blessing. Some monks lay hands on the patient's forehead, others read from tiny handwritten texts. They're Latin fluid and low. You want to believe that it helps. Maybe it does. The infirmary is not a place of miracles, it's a place of containment, management, gentle fading. Still, compared to the chaos outside, it feels almost as civilized. Here's the odd thing. Monasteries were some of the most advanced medical centres of the medieval world. Not because they understood germs or anatomy in any meaningful way, but because they recorded things, observed, wrote down symptoms, treatments, outcomes. While most healers relied on traditional gut instinct, monks kept logs, collected recipes, translated Arabic texts. In some places, they even organised rudimentary pharmacies, complete with labelled jars, mortar and pestle, and scales carved from horn. You peek into a small apothecary room while fetching water. Shelves lined with vials, bundles of dried herbs hanging from the beams, a mortar still damp with mashed poppy. You recognise only a few ingredients: sage, rosemary, wormwood. The rest could be magic or poison or both. Brother Theobald explains in his quiet way that they follow the teachings of Galen and Hippocrates, the old physicians whose scrolls have guided healers for over 1,000 years. The humours must be balanced, he says. Too much yellow bile and you burn with fever. Too much phlegm and you choke with cold. Blood must flow, but not too freely. And black bile, well, no one really knows what it is, but too much of it means melancholy. Or worse, your uncle is bled. Not drastically, just a careful slice of the arm, a clay bowl catching the flow. The blood is dark. That's bad, apparently. He's given broth and cooled with damp cloths. You stay at his side, holding his hand, feeling the heat seep from him hour by hour. There's no drama in the infirmary, no shrieks, no wild gestures, just quiet suffering, and an odd kind of dignity. Here, people die as cleanly as they can. The monks wash the bodies, they say the prayers, they wrap the dead in white cloth and carry them out before the other patients even notice the cot is empty. There's something peaceful about it. Unnatural, but peaceful. Still, it's not perfect. One monk walks with a permanent tremor. Another coughs into his sleeve far too often. You suspect the disease moves quietly among them, hidden behind the walls. But they stay anyway. They don't flee like nobles. They don't charge fees like travelling healers. They simply serve. You find out, a few days in, that monks have started compiling their own herbals, books full of plant remedies and illustrations. Some of them even test new ideas, blending techniques learned from travellers, from old Roman texts, from Arab physicians whose knowledge far exceeds anything Europe has managed. You catch Theobald copying a passage from a translation of Avicenna's Canon of Medicine. The script is tiny and precise. You wonder how much wisdom sits unrecognised in these worn leather-bound pages. There's a scholarly debate, still unresolved centuries later, about whether monasteries preserved or limited medical progress. Some say they clung too tightly to tradition, refusing to question Galen's flawed theories. Others argue they were the only reason any knowledge survived the Dark Ages at all. Maybe both are true. What you see is a group of men doing the best they can with the tools they have, and recording it all in case the next generation can do better. After 4 days, your uncle wakes. His eyes are sunken but clear. He drinks broth without choking. He asks where he is. You cry harder than you mean to. The monks do not say it's a miracle. They say it's rest, herbs and luck. And maybe that's what miracles really are. You leave the infirmary at dusk. The bell tolls again. You're not sure if it's a farewell or a welcome. The air outside feels rougher, thicker, but you carry a jar of dried sage and a scrap of parchment from Brother Theobald with instructions written in his tight, careful hand. You don't believe it will save your uncle if the fever returns, but you believe in the hand that wrote it. That, for now, is enough. And for the first time in weeks, you sleep without dreaming. If there's one thing medieval medicine excels at, it's confidence. Not accuracy, not hygiene, not actual healing, but pure, unshakable, blood-soaked confidence. You could be on your deathbed with pus bubbling from every pore, and the town surgeon would stroll in with a bucket of leeches, a knife that hasn't been cleaned in 3 rains, and a prayer to St. Sebastian, convinced he's about to save your life. Spoiler, he won't. You've seen it firsthand. Remedies that range from strange to suicidal, people swallowing raw onions soaked in vinegar, smearing goat dung across open wounds, drinking broths that smell like mouldy meat and regret. And the leeches, always the leeches. If there's one creature more feared than the plague rat, it's the medicinal leech. They're kept in jars, like dark, slithering curses. The apothecary down the lane swears by them. They balance the humours, he says, gesturing proudly toward a man who is clearly bleeding to death in a chair. Bloodletting is the cure for everything, apparently. Fever? Too much blood. Cough? Blood? Rash? You guessed it. The logic goes back to Hippocrates and Galen, whose writings are treated with reverence usually reserved for scripture. The body is made of 4 humours: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. And sickness means one of them is out of balance, so the only answer is to poke a hole and let the bad stuff out. Never mind that most people are already dehydrated, malnourished, and hanging by a thread. You see it all the time. Someone gets sick. They're bled, they get weaker. So they're bled again, and then someone lights a candle and starts preparing for the funeral. It's a performance at this point, a very deadly one. And then there are the urine charts. Yes, urine. The colour, smell, consistency, and even taste of someone's pee are supposed to tell you everything about their health. The town physician holds up a vial like he's studying a precious gemstone, squints at it, sniffs it, and sometimes dips a finger into taste. You gag just watching. He calls it diagnosis. You call it an occupational hazard. It gets worse. There's a farmer's wife who comes down with a bad fever. The healer recommends roasting a live pigeon and placing the hot carcass on her chest. Draws out the heat, he says. You're not sure what's worse, the screaming pigeon or the smell. She doesn't make it. The healer says it's because she didn't believe hard enough. Then there's the man who tries to cure his sick daughter with a mixture of honey, crushed emerald and powdered toad. He says the recipe came from a nobleman's alchemist. It costs him half his savings and all his hope. You help bury her near the stream, he doesn't look at you. But for all the absurdity, there's something strangely noble about the chaos. These people want to heal. They're just using the only tools they have. Herbs, faith, leeches, desperation. The line between medicine and magic is thin, and most people walk both sides without realising. A poultice of sage and garlic might sit next to a prayer scroll blessed under a full moon. No one questions it. Why should they? In your own home, you've got a bundle of dried lavender hung from the rafters, a coin tied around your ankle to ward off fever, and a packet of mustard seeds hidden in the corner of your pillow. You don't remember why your mother did it, and her mother before her. Tradition is just superstition with a good memory. Here's a particularly ridiculous historical remedy. If you have plague boils, one physician recommends splitting a live chicken down the middle and strapping each half still warm to your armpits. The idea is that the disease will leap from your body into the bird. Supposedly, when the chicken dies, you're cured. When you die, well, the chicken just wasn't strong enough. The scholars of today love to debate. Were medieval cures completely useless or just misunderstood? Some argue that herbalism, despite its mystical trappings, had legitimate value. Willow bark for pain, garlic for infection, honey as an antiseptic. Others say the few useful treatments were buried beneath centuries of nonsense. And then there's the darker theory. Maybe the treatments were never meant to work. Maybe they were rituals designed to give people the illusion of control, because that's what you realise eventually. That's the thread running through every pigeon, leech and goat bladder poultice. Control. When your world is collapsing, When the sky feels like it's bleeding and God has stopped answering prayers, you grasp for anything that feels like action. You drink the vinegar, you burn the herbs, you whisper the incantations and smear the ointment and swallow the crushed snail shells because it's doing something. And sometimes something is enough. You help a neighbour mix a remedy for her son, wine, elderflower, mint. It smells pleasant at least. He sips it slowly, eyes shut, a faint smile twitching at the corners of his cracked lips. He doesn't survive, but that night his mother sleeps for the first time in days. Not every cure fails. One woman swears by fermented onion paste for coughs, another uses sage smoke to ease headaches. You see a man recover after drinking water that sat under a moonlit yew tree for 3 nights. You don't question it. Maybe belief is part of the medicine. And then there's you, still alive, still breathing. You've been burned with rue leaves, bled by a monk, fed enough garlic to haunt an entire village, and somehow you're still here. Maybe it's luck, maybe it's genetics, maybe you're just too stubborn to die from soup and guesswork. So you keep your talismans. You hang rosemary by the door, you stir honey into your broth, you check your urine like the physician showed you, though you skip the tasting part. Because in a world full of invisible enemies and impossible odds, you'll take any edge you can find, even if it involves a chicken strapped to your ribs and a prayer you barely remember how to say. There are smells you learn to live with in a medieval village: smoke from peat fires, the tang of cow dung, the sharp reek of sweat baked into wool. But there's one scent that never stops clawing at your throat: the rot. Not just from the sick, though that's part of it. It's the rot of a world that never really understood cleanliness. The kind of stench that comes from waste, death, and the quiet collective agreement that bathing is suspicious at best and dangerous at worst. You start to notice just how grimy everything is when the sickness makes a second lap through the village. By now you've got half a bottle of stale vinegar, a pouch of dried marjoram, and a growing paranoia about door handles. But the truth hits you in the face, literally, when the cesspit overflows behind the tavern. It leaks downhill, past your neighbour's hut pooling near the well, and yet the townsfolk still draw water. "Just let it settle," someone says with a shrug. "It'll be fine." It isn't. Hygiene as a concept doesn't quite exist here. The idea of invisible filth, bacteria, viruses, hasn't arrived yet. Instead, cleanliness is a matter of class, superstition, and a little vanity. The rich wash their hands with rosewater and keep perfumed cloths up their sleeves to hold near their noses. The poor? They make do with rain if they bother at all. Bathing is rare and controversial. Some say hot water opens the pores and lets disease in. Others believe it encourages lustful thoughts. There are sermons about how excessive washing is a sin of pride. You bathe once a season if you're lucky. And when you do, it's a social event, shared with your whole family in one tub of increasingly brown water. First the father, then the mother, then the children, oldest to youngest. By the end, it's more of a soup. You've got one friend who swears by a weekly scrub with sand and vinegar. She still smells like old cabbage. The streets, meanwhile, are paved with filth. Animal dung, rotting meat, broken pottery, and the occasional dead rat form an ever-changing mosaic beneath your boots. Butchers toss offal into the gutters. Tanners dump vats of lime-soaked hides into the stream. The market smells like sweat and spoiled milk and something faintly corpse-adjacent. You breathe through your mouth and keep walking, and don't get started on the latrines. Some homes have chamber pots, some have holes dug in the floorboards. Most people just use the alley. Public latrines exist, but they're adventurous. One nearby outhouse collapsed last winter, with a man still inside. He survived. Barely. He no longer speaks above a whisper. The best you can hope for is to stay ahead of the stench. A handful of remedies float around. People burn sage bundles to cleanse the air, hang garlic above their doors, sprinkle dried lavender and rosemary in the corners. Some carry orange peels in little pouches. Others hold vinegar-soaked cloths to their mouths whenever they pass a corpse, or anyone coughing too hard. The most committed believers wear plague posies, tiny bouquets of strong-smelling herbs tucked into their collars, sleeves, or under their hats. A popular rhyme even circulates about it, something sing-song and innocent-sounding, till you realise it ends with everyone dead. And of course you've heard of miasma, the bad air. It's the dominant theory for how disease spreads. And honestly, in a world where open wounds fester in muddy alleys, it's not the worst guess. People say sickness rides on smells, born in the foulness of filth and stagnant air. The cure: fill your home with strong, pleasant scents. Fumigate with smoke and resin. Keep a brazier burning indoors until the rafters sweat. You do all of this. You boil vinegar, you burn juniper branches, you hang dried orange peel from the rafters. Your hut knouted smells like a confused bakery set on fire. But it's better than the alternative. Still, none of it changes the simple truth. People are dying not just from disease, but from the filth that coats everything. A splinter turns septic. A rat bite becomes fatal. A bit of raw meat brings fever. No one washes their hands, not before eating, not after tending the sick. You see a woman feed her baby after wiping pig guts off her apron. It's all normal, routine, until someone starts vomiting and their skin turns grey. You try not to think about it when you drink water. You've taken to boiling everything. Some say boiling kills the spirit of the water. You say the spirit can get stuffed if it means not bleeding from the eyes. A travelling scholar visits 1 week. Dusty robe, red-rimmed eyes, a thin notebook full of theories. He talks about cleanliness, about boiling instruments, changing linens, washing wounds with wine instead of just wrapping them in moss. People scoff at him, call him paranoid. You notice that he doesn't get sick. You also notice he sleeps outside the village walls. Here's your fringe historical fact. In some medieval bathhouses, people would share not only water, but razors, combs and towels. A place meant for cleanliness could quickly become a den of contagion. Many bathhouses doubled as brothels too, because what's more fun than a soak, a shave and a roll in the hay with someone who may or may not be harbouring 3 different plagues? Eventually, when plague returns for its next lap, as it always does, it finds everything exactly as it left it. The rats haven't moved out. The wells are still downstream from the latrines. The same broom's been sweeping the same slime into the same ditch since the last funeral. There's a scholarly debate still ongoing about whether medieval hygiene was truly non-existent or just very different. Some argue that peasants were cleaner than we give them credit for, bathing in rivers, brushing their teeth with twigs, washing hands before meals. Others say that's romantic nonsense, that the stench was simply part of life, and people adjusted their noses accordingly. You believe the latter. You've had weeks where the air is so foul you can't tell if someone's dying or just particularly gassy. But somehow, through it all, people keep living. Babies are born, bread is baked. You find yourself laughing at dumb jokes, sharing soup, brushing dirt from your sleeves like it's not teeming with potential doom. You think about how much cleaner the world will be one day. A future of soap and water on tap, of scrubbed floors and sterile rooms. It feels like a dream, like magic. And until then, you breathe shallowly and hope the rats stay in someone else's cellar. There are smells you learn to live with in a medieval village. Smoke from peat fires, the tang of cow dung, the sharp reek of sweat baked into wool. But there's one scent that never stops clawing at your throat. The rot. Not just from the sick, though that's part of it. It's the rot of a world that never really understood cleanliness. The kind of stench that comes from waste, death, and the quiet collective agreement that bathing is suspicious at best and dangerous at worst. You start to notice just how grimy everything is when the sickness makes a second lap through the village. By now you've got half a bottle of stale vinegar, a pouch of dried marjoram, and a growing paranoia about Dr. Handels. But the truth hits you in the face, literally, when the cesspit overflows behind the tavern. It leaks downhill, past your neighbour's hut pooling near the well, and yet the townsfolk still draw water. Just let it settle, someone says with a shrug. It'll be fine. It isn't. Hygiene as a concept doesn't quite exist here. The idea of invisible filth, bacteria, viruses, hasn't arrived yet. Instead, cleanliness is a matter of class, superstition, and a little vanity. The rich wash their hands with rosewater and keep perfumed cloths up their sleeves to hold near their noses. The poor? They make do with rain if they bother at all. Bathing is rare and controversial. Some say hot water opens the pores and lets disease in. Others believe it encourages lustful thoughts. There are sermons about how excessive washing is a sin of pride. You bathe once a season if you're lucky, and when you do, it's a social event, shared with your whole family in one tub of increasingly brown water. First the father, then the mother, then the children, oldest to youngest. By the end, it's more of a soup. You've got one friend who swears by a weekly scrub with sand and vinegar. She still smells like old cabbage. The streets, meanwhile, are paved with filth. Animal dung, rotting meat, broken pottery, and the occasional dead rat form an ever-changing mosaic beneath your boots. Butchers toss offal into the gutters. Tanners dump vats of lime-soaked hides into the stream. The market smells like sweat and spoiled milk and something faintly corpse-adjacent. You breathe through your mouth and keep walking. And don't get started on the latrines. Some homes have chamber pots, some have holes dug in the floorboards. Most people just use the alley. Public latrines exist, but they're adventurous. One nearby outhouse collapsed last winter, with a man still inside. He survived. Barely. He no longer speaks above a whisper. The best you can hope for is to stay ahead of the stench. A handful of remedies float around. People burn sage bundles to cleanse the air, hang garlic above their doors, sprinkle dried lavender and rosemary in the corners. Some carry orange peels in little pouches. Others hold vinegar-soaked cloths to their mouths whenever they pass a corpse, or anyone coughing too hard. The most committed believers wear plague posies, tiny bouquets of strong-smelling herbs tucked into their collars, sleeves, or under their hats. A popular rhyme even circulates about it, something sing-song and innocent-sounding, until you realise it ends with everyone dead. And of course you've heard of miasma, the bad air. It's the dominant theory for how disease spreads, and honestly, in a world where open wounds fester in muddy alleys, it's not the worst guess. People say sickness rides on smells, born in the foulness of filth and stagnant air. The cure: fill your home with strong, pleasant scents, fumigate with smoke and resin, keep a brazier burning indoors until the rafters sweat. You do all of this. You boil vinegar. You burn juniper branches. You hang dried orange peel from the rafters. Your hut now smells like a confused bakery set on fire. But it's better than the alternative. Still, none of it changes the simple truth. People are dying not just from disease, but from the filth that coats everything. A splinter turns septic. A rat bite becomes fatal. A bit of raw meat brings fever. No one washes their hands, not before eating, not after tending the sick. You see a woman feed her baby after wiping pig guts off her apron. It's all normal. Routine. Until someone starts vomiting and their skin turns grey. You try not to think about it when you drink water. You've taken to boiling everything. Some say boiling kills the spirit of the water. You say the spirit can get stuffed if it means not bleeding from the eyes. A travelling scholar visits one week. Dusty robe, red-rimmed eyes, a thin notebook full of theories. He talks about cleanliness, about boiling instruments, changing linens, washing wounds with wine, instead of just wrapping them in moss. People scoff at him, call him paranoid. You notice that he doesn't get sick. You also notice he sleeps outside the village walls. Here's your fringe historical fact. In some medieval bathhouses, people would share not only water, but razors, combs and towels. A place meant for cleanliness could quickly become a den of contagion. Many bathhouses doubled as brothels too, because what's more fun than a soak, a shave and a roll in the hay with someone who may or may not be harbouring 3 different plagues? Eventually, when plague returns for its next lap, as it always does, it finds everything exactly as it left it. The rats haven't moved out. The wells are still downstream from the latrines. The same broom's been sweeping the same slime into the same ditch since the last funeral. There's a scholarly debate still ongoing about whether medieval hygiene was truly non-existent or just very different. Some argue that peasants were cleaner than we give them credit for, bathing in rivers, brushing their teeth with twigs, washing hands before meals. Others say that's romantic nonsense, that the stench was simply part of life and people adjusted their noses accordingly. You believe the latter. You've had weeks where the air is so foul you can't tell if someone's dying or just particularly gassy. But somehow through it all, people keep living. Babies are born, bread is baked. You find yourself laughing at dumb jokes, sharing soup, brushing dirt from your sleeves like it's not teeming with potential doom. You think about how much cleaner the world will be one day. A future of soap and water on tap, of scrubbed floors and sterile rooms. It feels like a dream, like magic. And until then, you breathe shallowly and hope the rats stay in someone else's cellar. Everyone thinks they know what causes disease, and everyone is very sure everyone else is wrong. Ask the town priest and he'll tell you sickness is punishment, personal or communal, depending on how dramatic he's feeling that day. Sin breeds pestilence, he says, so if your neighbour's son is coughing up blood, it's probably because of that time he snuck off with the tanner's daughter behind the chapel. Ask the apothecary, and she'll mutter about bad humours. Maybe your blood's too hot, or your phlegm's too thick. Either way, she'll mix you something that tastes like burnt onion and river water and tell you to stay out of the sun. Ask your neighbour, and he'll blame the cat population. Too many or too few, depending on whether his barn still smells of mouse droppings. But the most popular theory by far is miasma, the idea that disease rides in on bad smells. Not just any smell, mind you, but a thick, sour stench that seems to cling to everything and everyone. The kind that curls into your nose and makes you feel like your teeth are rotting. That smell? That's disease. You learn to recognise the logic. Swamps cause fever. Corpses breed infection. Stale air leads to plague. People light fires in the streets, not to warm themselves, but to chase away the miasma. Pine resin, sage, sulphur, even dried cow dung if you're desperate. Anything to change the scent. Anything to make the air feel clean. Even if you're choking on smoke, there's a physician who walks around town carrying a bouquet of herbs tied to the end of a stick. Every few steps he waves it in front of his face like a wizard casting a smell-based spell. You try not to laugh. He's the only one in the village who hasn't gotten sick. You've got your own bundle full, of course. Lavender and rosemary, mixed with a little thyme. You crush it every morning and hold it under your nose when you pass the graves. It's not that you believe it works, you just don't want to smell what failure smells like. The logic of miasma isn't completely off. Dirty places do make people sick. Rotten meat, mouldy grain, open wounds. They're breeding grounds for disease, but without microscopes, without any understanding of germs, people focus on what they can sense. Sight, smell, taste, especially smell. Here's your curious historical fact. The word malaria comes from the Italian mal aria, meaning bad air. People believe the swamps around Rome caused illness not because of mosquitoes, no one knew what those were yet, but because of the foul air. The connection between environment and sickness was real, the reasoning close but wildly off. And yet you understand the obsession with air. You felt that moment when you walk into a room and something feels wrong, rank, like sickness is sitting in the corner watching. No one needs to speak, everyone just knows. A bad smell isn't just unpleasant, it's terrifying. That's why people start building plague houses on the edge of town, small huts, sometimes are no more than 4 walls and a thatched roof, where the sick can be sent to sweat out their illness or die trying. The idea is to keep the miasma out of the village centre. You pass one on the road one day, the door is open, the window's been shattered. Inside, a man lies on the floor, motionless. You don't go in, you don't even breathe until you're a field away. And then there are the masks, the famous ones, the beaked masks worn by plague doctors stuffed with herbs, soaked in vinegar, and tied tight against the skin. You thought they were absurd the first time you saw one. Now you wonder if they're the only thing standing between life and a slow, black death. A woman in town sews her own version. A cloth hood with lavender sewn into the seams. She wears it everywhere. You scoff at first until 3 of her neighbours die, and she's still picking herbs in her garden with the energy of a woman half her age. But the belief in miasma isn't universal. A traveller from the south argues for another idea, contagion, the notion that disease spreads through touch, through breath, through shared cups and shared beds. You overhear him explaining how monks in Italy are burning clothes and boiling sheets, not because they stink, but because they carry something invisible, deadly. It's a radical thought. Dangerous, even. If he's right, then the entire logic of miasma crumbles. That means the disease doesn't float in on the wind. It lives in us, travels with us, comes from us. You're not sure which is worse. There's a debate starting to take shape. You see it at the market, hear it in the muttering of men outside the church. Some believe in the air, others believe in the touch, some believe in neither. Just fate, God, and the wheel of a chance. But no one knows. That's the cruel part. For all the bloodletting and firelighting and herb stuffing and vinegar sniffing, no one knows. Everyone's guessing, and dying anyway. Still, you keep your lavender bundle. You burn dried orange peel in the evenings. You sprinkle vinegar on your threshold and scrub the floorboards with pine. Your hands are cracked from the cleaning. Your eyes sting from the smoke, but the air smells better. And sometimes that's all you need to sleep. The map of disease doesn't follow rivers or borders. It flows with merchants. It walks on the boots of soldiers. It hides in the folds of pilgrims' robes and rattles inside the carts of peddlers hawking candied figs and tin spoons. It travels not with monsters, but with ordinary people. People just trying to get from one place to another. and because of that, it never stops moving. You learn this the hard way. It starts with the bell. Not the church bell this time, but the harbour bell, the one that rings when a new ship docks in the port 2 days south of your village. A vessel out of Genoa, or maybe Constantinople? No one's sure. The name's been scrubbed from the hull, the sailors all speak in different accents, and the cargo holds are sealed so tightly that the town magistrate has to break them open with an axe. What they find inside isn't gold or silk or olives. It's rats, dead ones, and some still alive, chewing through barley sacks with a kind of manic hunger. That night, a dock worker falls ill. By the time the local priest hears about it, the entire crew's gone missing into the city. 3 days later, the disease reaches your town. The connection isn't hard to make. Traders came through just before dawn, their carts loaded with dried fruit, smoked fish, and bolts of cloth that smelled like seawater. Everyone remembers the man with the twitch in his left eye, how he coughed behind his hand and said it was just the salt air. He shook hands with the baker. The baker kissed his wife. His wife shared a bench at the market with the midwife. By then, it was already too late. Trade routes are arteries. They bring life, grain, spices, silver, but they also carry blood-borne threats. The Mediterranean is a sea of floating plague wagons. Caravans cross the Alps like threads in a tapestry of doom. Every sack of grain could be hiding a flea, every flask of wine a final toast. You begin to see patterns. The wealthier the town, the faster it falls. Why? Because rich towns trade more. They welcome more visitors, host more feasts, entertain more foreign dignitaries. Disease doesn't need a key, it just needs an invitation. And pilgrims, don't even get started. They are the most pious of plague couriers, wandering from shrine to shrine, seeking miracles with bare feet and open sores. Some are harmless, others leave behind more than wax offerings and whispered prayers. A sick pilgrim once spent a night in the chapel loft. By week's end, the priest was dead, and the entire altar had been burned to purify it. You begin to fear the sound of wheels on gravel. The roads you once walked freely now feel treacherous. You hesitate before helping travellers. You think twice before accepting coin. When a group of merchants arrives one morning with carts full of saffron and honey, they're stopped at the edge of the village and told to turn back. One of them spits on the ground in protest. No one approaches to confront him. You all just stand there, watching as the cart rolls away. But the damage is already done. The baker's apprentice snuck out the night before to buy a honey cake. She's coughing now. You hear stories from coastal cities, Venice, Dubrovnik, Marseille, where they've begun quarantining ships. 40 days offshore, no exceptions. That's where the word quarantine comes from. 40 giorni. 40 days of waiting, praying, dying on the water if it comes to that. Some ships never return to port. Their fires burn on the horizon at night like distant floating funerals. There's a strange beauty to the chaos. The way disease shapes the map without leaving ink. Ports once booming are now empty. Roads once buzzing with carts and chatter now echo only with wind. You watch it all from your village, too small to be noticed, too poor to be prioritised, and feel like you're standing on the lip of a canyon, waiting for the rocks to fall. The irony is that trade was supposed to be salvation. All those promises, salt from the south, furs from the north, spices that could preserve meat and treat headaches and make even turnips taste like magic. The world grew smaller with every road built, every ship launched. And now it's shrinking in a different way. You start marking the routes in charcoal on your wall. A little game, a grim map. Red dots for places where the plague has struck, blue ones for rumours, black for towns that no longer respond. By the end of the week, the entire coast is covered. And then there's the debate, the constant low murmur among those who still gather at the tavern or near the well. Do we close the gates? Do we cut ourselves off completely? No traders, no pilgrims, no messages, no light. Just walls, silence, and the hope that disease forgets about you. Some vote yes. Others argue that isolation is just a slower form of death. What happens when the grain runs out? When no one brings news? When the wolves come? You don't vote. You just watch. Because in your gut you know, disease doesn't care about gates. It's already inside. There's a merchant woman who refuses to stop travelling. She's loud, brash, swears by garlic and clove-stuffed amulets, claims she's never been sick a day in her life. She passes through wearing bells on her belt and sells ink and parchment that smells of cinnamon. She's also the healthiest looking person you've seen in a month. Some say she's blessed, others say she's the devil. Here's your fringe fact of the night. In some towns, plague victims were forbidden from speaking. The idea was that their breath alone could spread death. In extreme cases, they were gagged or had their tongues removed. Some communities made them wear special clothes, mark their doors, or carry a bell to warn others of their approach. The sickness turned people into walking taboos. You think about that the next time you pass the trader's path, a long line of ruts in the earth still damp from wagon wheels. You kneel down, press your hand to the track. It's warm, fresh. They're still out there. And so is it. The sickness doesn't need a name anymore. It has too many already. It just needs a horse, a cart, a handshake, and there's always someone willing to offer it a ride. So you watch the road, you close your shutters, and you pray, not for health, but for distance. The graveyards are full. Again, you don't mean that figuratively, you mean that literally. There is no space left between the rows, no untouched patch of earth where a spade hasn't already turned up old bones. Some of the graves are stacked, 2 or 3 bodies deep with only a whisper of soil between them. The newest ones aren't even marked anymore. Just shallow pits, hastily dug, hastily filled, and sometimes left half open when the gravediggers collapse from exhaustion or fever or both. You stand at the edge of one such pit, watching as 2 men lower a bundle wrapped in cloth. No name, no prayers. The cloth twitches once, an illusion you tell yourself, just the wind. But still, you step back. Death used to be an event, a gathering, mourners in black, a priest with his book, candles flickering in the chapel. Now it's routine, mechanical, fast. You get sick, you're shunned. You die, you're dragged. You're buried in a hole that barely deserves the word grave. One shovel of dirt, then another. And repeat. You've started to lose track of who's died and who's simply missing. The woman who sold herbs by the mill, was she buried last week or did she just move on? The carpenter's apprentice, the widow in the red shawl, names blur, faces fade. You keep a tally scratched into the inside of your door, but even that feels pointless now. The village council finally ordered the digging of a plague pit, out past the river bend, far from homes and farms. It's deeper than the usual graves and wider too, big enough to hold dozens, maybe hundreds when the time comes. You go there once just to see. The earth is soft and black, the edges crumble under your feet. It already smells wrong, like something too eager to be filled. Some call it the Pit of Mercy, others call it what it is, a place for the forgotten. And you start to wonder, who remembers the dead when the living are too busy surviving? In better times there were rituals. A candle at the window, a loaf of bread left for the soul, a whispered prayer before sleep. But those things take energy, time, belief, all in short supply now. You remember your father's funeral, years ago before all of this. A church packed with mourners. A feast afterward. Laughter through tears. He died clean, they said. A good death. The phrase seems absurd now. What's a good death when your mouth fills with blood and your skin blackens before your family flees the room? A good death now is a quiet one, alone, without too much mess, without screaming. And there are other ways of dying too. The midwife's assistant poisons herself in the well. You see the village children pulled away before they can see her body. Arms spread out like wings, hair floating like moss. It takes 3 days before anyone uses the well again. A baker walks into the woods and doesn't come back. No one follows. You hear that in some towns the sick are simply boarded up in their homes, windows nailed shut, doors reinforced. You used to think that was a cruel rumour, but then you see it. One night, down the lane is a family of 4 trapped inside their own cottage. You don't hear crying, just silence, and the slow creak of the roof settling as their fire goes out. There's a question people have stopped asking. What happens after we die? Now it's just how long do we have? Still, the church does what it can. The priest, gaunt and hollow-eyed, mumbles blessings over mass graves. He sprinkles holy water from a cracked gourd and draws a trembling cross in the air. You don't know if it means anything anymore. Maybe it never did, but you nod when he looks your way. You cross yourself. You pretend you still believe, because the dead deserve that much. There's an old woman in the village who remembers a time when burial meant celebration. A last meal shared with the dead. Songs sung at the wake. She says we're losing more than people. We're losing memory. Identity. History. You believe her. Here's a grim historical fact to consider. During some of the worst plague years, bodies were buried so quickly and in such numbers that bones from older graves were dug up and tossed aside to make room. In places like London, Paris and Florence, ossuaries, houses of bones, were built just to store the overflow. Rows of skulls, stacks of femurs, a catalogue of anonymous sorrow. You dream about that sometimes, not bones exactly, just faces without names, voices calling from beneath the dirt, a chorus of the unfinished. You wake up drenched in sweat, heart hammering. You light a candle not for warmth but for company. There's a theory that death loses power when it's familiar, that if you see it every day, it becomes routine, expected, manageable, but you've learned that's a lie. Death doesn't dull, it just changes shape. Today, it looks like a friend who doesn't wave back. Tomorrow, it might be you. And so you begin to do something small, almost foolish. You start naming the dead. Not their real names, those are mostly forgotten, but names you make up, quietly under your breath. As you pass the newest mound, as you walk by the pit, you whisper things like Eleanor or Milo or Thomas. It feels absurd, childish, but it helps. It gives shape to the shapeless. Because someone should say their names, someone should remember, even if it's just you, even if it's only for a moment. And then you move on. You walk back toward home, past the graveyard gates, past the rows of untended markers. The sky is grey. The wind carries a smell you've learned not to flinch at. But your steps are steady, because you're still alive, and that counts for something. There's a peculiar kind of silence that falls when too many children have died. Not just grief. Grief makes noise, wailing, sobbing, breaking dishes. But Solon's, that's different. It's heavier. It creeps into the corners of homes, settles in the rafters, and hangs in the air like dust no one dares sweep. And lately your village is full of that silence. The schoolhouse, once a cacophony of scraped chairs and squabbling voices, now stands empty. The chalkboard still bears a half-finished alphabet. A wooden doll lies on the floor by the hearth, its face smudged with soot. You remember when there were too many children to fit on the benches, when they spilled into the yard to chase hens and steal apples from the priest's tree? Now only a few remain, quiet as shadows. The diseases hit them hardest, of course. Not just the plagues, but everything: pox, fever, croup, even something as simple as a cold. A runny nose turns deadly in a world with no remedies and no rest. Mothers hold their infants tighter now, their hands raw from washing, their eyes hollow from sleepless nights. Every sneeze sounds like an omen. Every cough draws a dozen wary stares. And the strange part? No one talks about them once they're gone, not because they don't care, but because they care too much. To speak their names is to risk breaking that fragile dam holding back the flood. So instead, people nod politely. They avoid eye contact. They say things like, "She's at peace now," or "It's God's will," even when it feels more like a cosmic mistake. You help dig a grave for a boy named Peter, or maybe it was Paul. The name doesn't really matter anymore. He had a chipped tooth and freckles and once threw a stone through the tannery window just to hear the satisfying crash. You remember that more than his name. That, and the way his mother stared at the wall for hours after he stopped breathing. The village tries to move on, but the rhythm is off. The laughter's gone. No squeals in the fields. No clatter of little feet on the chapel steps. The games are forgotten. No one jumps rope anymore, or plays with hoops, or pretends to slay dragons with sticks. You would give anything just to hear a child scream from a scraped knee. Instead, you get stories. Because when the living falls silent, stories rise to fill the space. They start as whispers. Children taken by angels, children who didn't die but were carried off to fairy realms. Some say the kids are in the forest, safe and wild, running with wolves and sleeping in hollow trees. A few swear they've seen them, white dresses vanishing behind birch trunks, giggles on the wind. You'd dismiss it as madness if the world made more sense than it does. And then there's the dark side of those stories. The ones about changeling children, ill infants who suddenly act strange, distant, not quite human. The old tales say that the fair folk steal healthy babies and leave behind their own, sickly, twisted copies. And if a child falls ill and never recovers, well, perhaps they were never yours to begin with. It's nonsense, of course. Except it's not entirely. You've seen it. A mother refusing to weep for her dead baby because she's convinced the real one is still out there, in some meadow laughing with fairies. She lights candles every night, sings lullabies into the trees, leaves out honey cakes on the window ledge. It breaks your heart, but you never stop her. Because maybe hope, even misplaced, is the only cure she has. Here's a strange historical detail for you. In parts of medieval Europe, midwives were sometimes accused of stealing babies or swapping them for changelings. If a child was born with deformities or became ill too soon, people needed an explanation, something besides random tragedy, and superstition was always more comforting than helplessness. You think of Lenora again, the sharp-eyed girl who joined the so-called Children's Crusade. She might still be out there, or she might be bones beneath a hedge. You'll never know. That's what hurts. The not knowing, it leaves the door open for imagination to fester. The priest has started holding small services just for the children now. Quiet ones, no incense, no long sermons, just a candle and a name if anyone remembers it. You go sometimes, you sit in the back and listen. Once a mother stands up to speak and makes it as far as, "He used to hum when he was nervous," before collapsing into tears. No one moves to comfort her, not because they don't care, but because they've been there too. They know. There's an unspoken ritual now. People paint tiny white crosses on their doors, not for death, but for remembrance. They're easy to miss unless you know to look. A few are drawn low near the ground. For the little ones. You pass them without comment, but each time your throat tightens. It's not all grief. Some of the children who remain are stronger now. Harder. There's a girl named Bess who carries a stick everywhere she goes and speaks with the authority of a village elder. She's 12, she hasn't cried since her brother died. There's a boy who used to wet the bed, now he fetches water alone before dawn. They've grown up fast and wrong and brilliantly. You wonder what kind of adults they'll become, if they lived that long. Scholars today argue about the impact of medieval disease on child mortality. Some say it was as high as 50%, others claim it's impossible to measure. But in your world, no statistic captures the feeling of watching a playground become a graveyard. One afternoon you find a scrap of cloth tied to a tree just outside the village. It's faded blue, with a button sewn crooked at one end. You recognise it. A piece of a child's tunic. You sit beneath that tree for a long time, listening to the wind, half expecting to hear a laugh. But there's only birdsong and the rustle of leaves. So you do the only thing that feels right. You whisper a story into the air. About a boy who grew wings instead of boils. About a girl who climbed a ladder of stars. You make it up as you go, your voice shaking, your eyes closed. No one hears, no one needs to. It's enough that the story exists. Because even if no one remembers their names, you do. Somewhere between despair and exhaustion, you begin to notice the return of music. It starts slowly, quietly, like a bird testing the wind after a storm. A single flute note drifting down from an upper window. A humming voice in the fields. Someone tapping a stick against a bucket in rhythm with their own heartbeat. After all this silence, after the screaming and wailing and grave digging, music feels strange, almost disrespectful. But it's there, undeniably, like a seed pushing through dirt. And with the music comes something even stranger. Dancing. It happens one evening in the square, just after sunset, the kind of golden hour that makes you forget briefly that the world is a mess. A fiddler arrives from another town, his boots covered in dust, his coat patched at the elbows. He starts playing without saying a word, leaning against the well, eyes closed. The notes are fast, tumbling over each other like they're in a hurry to reach the stars. At first, no one reacts, then someone taps a foot, then a woman twirls half-joking, and then, just like that, it spreads. Within minutes, half the square is moving, not gracefully, not in any formal style, just movement for the sake of movement. Legs kicking, arms swinging, hair whipping in the breeze. You laugh before you realise you're doing it. The sound feels rusty in your throat, but it's real. And it's good. It's not joy exactly, more like defiance. You dance not because you're happy, but because the alternative is sinking into the mud and never getting back up. But here's the thing, it doesn't stop. Days pass and the dancing continues. Different people, different tunes. Sometimes they go for hours. No one calls it a celebration, no one plans it. It just happens, like a fever. You start to worry, because you've heard of this before, everyone has. The dancing plagues. Strange outbreaks where people, gripped by some unseen force, begin to dance without rest. Sometimes for days, sometimes until they collapse or die. You remember stories from Strasbourg where in the summer of 1518, dozens of people took to the streets dancing without pause. Some broke their feet, some fell foaming at the mouth. The city hired musicians to play, thinking it would calm them. It didn't. It only made them dance harder. And now, in your little village, it's happening again. One girl dances until she vomits, then she wipes her mouth and keeps dancing. A man's knees buckle mid-leap, and his eyes roll back, but still his arms move, flailing, like he's trying to conduct a choir only he can hear. People are scared, but no one wants to say it out loud. Because after so much death, who wants to accuse joy of being a disease? But it is, or something close to it. You try to stop, you do, but sometimes your foot just starts tapping. You feel your body pull toward the sound, like a string is tied to your ribs. It's not painful, not yet, but it's strange, too automatic, like you're not entirely inside yourself. A physician from a nearby town arrives with scrolls and salves and theories. He's read about this, calls it choriomania, says it could be caused by demonic possession, or overheated blood or poisoned air, or, if you ask the monks, is divine punishment for sinful pleasures. Either way, his solution is leeches. Of course it is. Someone else suggests a pilgrimage. A sacred walk to a distant chapel known for healing madness. The dancers are too tired to argue. A small group sets out the next morning, some barefoot, some bleeding. You watch them go, a trail of dust behind them, their shoulders swaying to a rhythm no one else hears. Scholars still debate what caused these dancing outbreaks. Was it ergot poisoning again? The same mouldy rye that caused hallucinations and convulsions? Was it stress-induced mass hysteria? A psychological release valve in a society cracking under the weight of war, disease and famine? Or was it spiritual, a collective soul so desperate to feel alive that it forgot how to stop moving? No one knows, not then, not now. But what you do know is that there's something about rhythm that cuts deeper than thought. It bypasses logic, bypasses fear. It's ancient, buried in the marrow of your bones. A memory of drums and firelight and bodies moving in the dark long before language was born. That night the fiddler returns. His bow is worn, his strings fray with every stroke. But the music is faster now, wild, fevered. The square fills again. Not with joy exactly, but with purpose, as if dancing could push back the dark, as if movement could stitch together what sickness has torn apart. You dance. You don't mean to, but you do. It starts in your fingertips, a twitch, then your shoulders, your hips. You find yourself spinning, the air sharp in your lungs, your heart pounding in time with the drumbeat echoing in your skull. You see others around you, eyes wide, cheeks flushed, some crying, some laughing, some utterly blank, and you feel for a moment like you're not alone in your skin. It's terrifying and it's beautiful that there's both. Eventually your legs give out. You collapse in the grass, gasping, your body humming with energy you didn't know you had. You stare up at the stars, the world tilting around you, and you think, maybe this is what healing looks like. Not rest, not quiet, but motion. Here's your fringe fact for the fire. Some believe St. Vitus could protect against dancing plagues, and his cult grew during these outbreaks. Pilgrims would dance in front of his shrines, hoping to transfer the madness to the saint and walk away clean. It didn't always work, but it gave them something to believe in. You lie there for a long time, breathing hard, the grass cool against your neck. The fiddler plays on, and though your body is sore, your soul, for the first time in what feels like years, feels just a little less heavy. The birds come back first. You don't notice it at once, too busy counting loaves and watching the colour of your spit in the morning. But one day, while fetching water, you hear it. The distant warble of a lark. It's thin, almost nervous, like the bird's not sure if it should be singing yet. And then there's another, chirping from the treetops. By the end of the week, it sounds like the woods are remembering how to breathe. Then come the bees, slow and drowsy at first, nosing around the edges of the lavender bushes and the cracked wooden hives that no one's tended in months. You watch one crawl across your sleeve, wings flickering like stained glass, and it doesn't sting you. It just rests for a moment, then lifts off again, as if even the insects are choosing peace for now. You don't want to say it out loud, not yet, but the village feels less cursed. Not cured, just less. The air smells more like grass than rot. The black-clad funerals have slowed. The gravedigger's hands have finally begun to callous over again. And the priest has stopped coughing blood during his sermons, which is honestly a nice improvement. It's not a miracle, it's just a pause. But it's enough to make people start planting again. You see it on your way to the river, knees in the dirt, fingers red with effort, seeds dropping into shallow rows like prayers. Not many, not enough to restore what was lost, but something. A beginning. One woman hums as she works, another whispers to the earth. You kneel beside them with your own meagre satchel and pretend not to cry. Because for months no one planted anything. Why bother? Either the ground would reject it or you'd be dead before harvest. But now, with the air shifting and the worst of the sickness seemingly behind you, there's this cautious return to routine, to hope, though no one dares use that word yet. You catch yourself smiling at a loaf of bread one morning, not because it's fresh, no, but because it's there. You bite into it and don't taste rot or ash or the sour tang of desperation. Just grain, salt, a whisper of rosemary. You eat slowly, savouring every chew like it's the first meal of your life. There are no feasts yet, but there are meals. That matters. The children, what's left of them, begin playing again. Quietly at first, stones in circles, mud pies, stick battles with imaginary foes. Then laughter returns, sharp and sudden, like a bell cutting through mist. You stand at your door and listen, waiting for it to stop. It doesn't. And something in you unclenches. You're not foolish. You know it could all return. Disease has never truly left. It just steps back, gives you space to catch your breath, then comes again when you're vulnerable. But for now, you take the gift, the stillness, the lull. And the church, always late to the party, finally declares a season of penitent thanksgiving. It's not quite a holiday, more like a funeral with nicer bread, but people show up. You go too. You kneel in the pew, hands clasped, and listen to the priest murmur, "Thanks for mercy and survival," his voice rough like dry bark. You don't know if you believe any of it, but you say amen anyway. Out in the fields, people light bonfires, not to chase off miasma or burn the clothes of the dead, but to celebrate. A cautious, flickering joy. Someone brings out a drum. Another person finds a bottle of something that might be wine or vinegar, depending on your mood. You sip it and pretend not to notice the bitter sting. And there's laughter now. Not the manic kind that danced through the square in earlier months, but the real kind. The kind that comes from remembering you're alive. The kind that bubbles up at dumb jokes and clumsy feet and chickens that still refuse to be herded. You walk through the village and it feels different. Not healed, never healed, but lived in again. The shutters are open, the thresholds swept, herbs hang drying over windows. Someone paints a new sign for the bakery, even though there's barely enough flour to bake. Another carves a little wooden angel and leaves it by the well. No one claims it. Some of the old superstitions have stuck. People still carry their rosemary bundles. The garlic still hangs in doorways. But now it feels like tradition, not fear. Like armour you wear because it makes you feel braver. Not because you think it'll save your soul. You think about the things that didn't survive. Not just the people, the ways, the certainty, the rituals and routines that disease carved out like rot in a tree trunk. You know that next spring will be different. There'll be less. But maybe, just maybe, they'll also be better. Here's your historical fun fact. In some places, villages held plague fairs after a wave passed. Celebrations not just for survival, but to remember. People sang, danced, held contests, not to forget the dead, but to prove to themselves that they were still here. Still moving. Your village doesn't have a fair, but you do pass a group of children skipping rope with a string of knotted rags, singing a rhyme that makes no sense and ends with everyone pretending to fall over dead, giggling as they do. You watch them, heart caught somewhere between joy and grief, because you remember the faces that didn't make it, the names you whispered over graves, the girl who danced until she couldn't stand, the boy who disappeared into the woods, your neighbour's daughter, the one with the laugh like bells, the baker's apprentice, Lenora. And yet the sun still rises. One morning, you walk out to the fields and find a single apple tree in bloom. You didn't plant it. No one did. But it's there, white blossoms clinging to thin branches like a promise. You sit beneath it, bite into a crust of bread, and watch the petals drift in the breeze. And for the first time in a long while, you don't flinch when the wind changes. By the time the first snow falls, your village is quieter but no longer haunted. The air is crisp, clean even, the kind of cold that wakes you gently instead of punishing you. The frost paints lacy white edges on the windows, and for once people admire it instead of interpreting it as some kind of omen. You wrap yourself in a wool cloak patched 6 different ways and step out into the morning, breath curling before you like smoke. The year has left you ragged, thinner, wiser maybe, though that feels like a generous word for someone who still sometimes forgets how to sleep without checking for signs of fever. But you're here. That counts. You notice the changes in others too. No one moves quite like they used to. Everyone's a little slower, more deliberate. Conversations are softer, arguments burn out quicker. The village functions like an old tired machine, creaky but still turning, still pushing forward on rust and muscle and memory. There's a woman in the square stringing pine cones on a bit of thread. She doesn't sell them, just ties them to doors one by one. A winter decoration, she says, a blessing. You nod and she hangs one on yours. It smells of sap and cold wood. You keep it up long after the snow melts. Every week someone returns, a shepherd who left for the hills, a merchant who survived the coast. A widow's son who was thought to be dead turns up thin but grinning. The village is reshaping itself piece by fragile piece. The absences still echo, but there are enough voices now to fill in some of the silence. And there are new faces too, strangers looking for safe ground, families with carts and blank expressions seeking a place not yet scarred by the last wave. Your village isn't untouched, but it's standing. That's enough to draw hope. You start helping rebuild. Not just roofs and fences, but habits, traditions, life. You volunteer to help clear the chapel yard, burn the old straw from the sick house, repair the school bench. The work is hard and your hands bleed, but it feels like you're laying bricks on your own grave and then stepping back out of it. And slowly normal things return. The blacksmith sets up shop again, even though he's down 2 fingers. The baker, now helped by her youngest daughter, makes loaves that actually rise. The inn serves broth that tastes more like food than like boiled linen. Someone starts brewing cider again. You help taste the first batch. It's terrible. You both laugh. There's still illness, of course, there always will be. Coughs, fevers, aching joints, but it feels manageable now, something you can name, track, fight. You've got your herbs, your vinegar, your knowledge hard-earned, and scribbled into the corners of your memory. And when someone falls ill, people don't run anymore. They gather. They care. You learn something too, or there are people who are immune. No one knows why. Maybe it's luck, or blood, or God's favour. Maybe they just had a mild aversion once and didn't know it. You're not sure if you're one of them, but you've survived this long. That has to mean something. There's talk of a scribe coming to document what happened, what diseases passed through, how people survived, who was lost. You're asked to contribute. You hesitate. Words feel heavy. But you write a few names, a few memories, a recipe or two. It feels like planting seeds in ink. And here's your last curious truth. Some medieval villages held survivor feasts, not out of celebration, but gratitude. A communal table, everyone bringing what little they had. No speeches, no songs, just eating together, not in mourning, but in relief. The quiet joy of full stomachs and warm fires. Your village tries it near midwinter. A long table, rough and crooked, pulled together from mismatched boards, mugs of watered wine, stew that tastes better than it should. You sit between a boy with missing teeth and a woman who used to cry in the chapel every morning. Now she hums while stirring lentils. No one says anything poetic, just clinking spoons, the occasional joke, and that rarest of sounds, relaxed breathing. You find yourself staring into the fire, thinking of all the things you've lost, and somehow you don't cry. You feel them all there, though, not as ghosts, but as weight, as presence, as memory shaped into fuel that keeps you going. Maybe that's all survival really is. Not erasing the pain, but carrying it differently. You walk home that night under a sky so clear it feels like glass. The stars are sharper now, like they've come closer. You pull your cloak tighter, watch your breath rise, and count your steps not toward anything, but simply forward. A fox slips across the path ahead. You pause. It pauses. You nod. It disappears. There's a fresh frost in the grass. The air smells of pine, smoke, and something else. Newness, maybe. You reach your door and see the pine cone still hanging there. You touch it gently, not to test if it's real, but to remind yourself that you are. You survived. And tomorrow, when the sun rises over the white fields and lights the roof in gold, you'll begin again. You'll fetch water. You'll sweep the floor. You'll laugh at something stupid. You'll be alive. And now here you are, settled beneath the blanket, listening to the soft hum of your fan or the rustle of wind against the window, depending on where in the world you've tucked yourself in tonight. Maybe it's late. Maybe it's early morning and you're not even sure how you got here. Only that your brain has wandered far and come back changed. You made it through the darkness of the Middle Ages, through the filth and fear, the chants and the charlatans, the vinegar and the bloodletting, and all those strange, beautiful, tragic people clinging to life with whatever they could find. They weren't perfect. They got more wrong than they got right. But they tried. They stitched herbs into their clothes, counted the stars, built tiny shrines, and trusted garlic and prayer in equal measure. And somehow, against all odds, they pulled the world forward just enough for the next hand to take hold. Maybe the most surprising thing isn't how deadly those diseases were, but how much life grew up in their shadow. Bread was still baked, love letters still passed hands, kids still played in the mud. For every grave dug, someone else planted seeds. And from that mess, plague pits and all, our world began to take shape. If you remember anything from tonight's journey, let it be this, that survival isn't always clean or noble. Sometimes it's just getting through, sometimes it's dancing in the street with sore feet, sometimes it's boiling water, singing lullabies to no one, or naming the dead under your breath so they're not forgotten. Now, wherever you are, Paris or Manila, a flat in Berlin, or your grandma's spare bedroom in Idaho, it's your turn to rest. So exhale, let the past settle like dust. Tomorrow will be another day, another history, but tonight we sleep.